All right, everybody. We got a very interesting one today. You guys saw the podcast yesterday. It was pretty wild last night. We had a couple of Manosphere guys come through. A couple of sissy bims. They said some very interesting things that we're going to talk about today. One of the things that they claim is that they are victims of the black woman. Hell, one of them even went so far as to say that the black woman doesn't belong to us black men. Well, it got me a little confused because if that's the case, where the hell did we come from? Well, we'll find out about all of that. Gangsta Talk up next, everybody. Let's roll with it.
There's mad kids out there getting cream for the non-fed, bro. Yeah, and I've been doing this for a long time. You know, shoot the game going for fine. Alright. And this is the year when mad cats get real. So I'ma spark this line, kick the real. Bang them out. We don't want this chaos, Cinderella to the street. Your local street dog got to make ends meet. The average Joe's far too slow for the scary pro. You better know, when I hit the streets, I like to flow, I like to glisten. And at the same time, stay low, listen, motherfucker, thing. I'm so dope. My stilo is a volunteer flow. Cash is popping, coke is cooking, beer is copping. Ain't that some shit? A player that used to live in rich downstate kid. Caught up in a ditch. In 94, Giuliani kicked down the door. You put me where you can't find me. They hate to see a young player paid. I don't want to they'd rather see it spray. But I'm a terminator, sweep the lead off. Burns and downs like rounds to blow your head off. Hitting up spots, heating up blocks. Investing in stocks like Colombian blood crops. I'm out to get cream and ain't no doubt in my mind. Fuck this broke shit, I'm hit. I get down for mine. I get down for mine. Place your play. Let's play a game of real nigga roulette. With this a DOA as I spray the melee. Contact and punctuation is compared to AK. With a J, overdose for pure fuck. I'm fucking on like time again. The karma's a boost smoke. Decapitated rappers in my trunk. I'm sick, pumping skunk bouncing with my click pop and mega jump. I'm getting big when clowns be zigzag. What's the talk about the keys? Come on, you nickel bagging. Blasting off wings and making downers believe you see. I was packing heaters with trippers was banging cheerleaders. Ain't nothing changed, it's still the same in the rap game. I'm known for banging rookies out the frame. Y'all forgot who was the pimp from the start. Sipping vintage wine, eating dollar cup. I'm phenomenal from the abdominal far. Comical lyrics are sticking the phrase like Portugal, never sweet. I'm bringing the drama to the street with techniques and rolling in fleets. Ain't nothing sweet about the street, so I'm poetically ill. I'm pure like cook up and lyrics shine like fish scale. I got the banger at the throat and you ain't showing no signs. Can't let them know I get down for mine. I get down for mine. So we get down and dancing. Ain't the one to get you in the game. I get down for mine. Let me get it down for them. From the bank up, shake it, make it, no man. I get down for mine. So we get down for them. Ain't the one to get you in the game. I get down for mine. So we get down for them. Shake it, make it, no man. I get down for mine.
All right. What's going on, everybody? You know what it is. It's Gangsta Talk. I am Maximum Black, aka the Black Knight. I got the Thunder Princess with me on the panel, coming from hailing all the way from Ghana, Africa, Miss Bina Beko. Hey, I'm gonna need a little bit more firepower for this one. This show is going to be kind of wild. Let me put the link in the chat. I see my sister Trinity down there in the chat. Trinity, if you can, hit the link, come on up here. I'm gonna need a little bit more firepower for this one. Let me put the link in the chat. Hopefully she'll jump on here. Because we want to get volatile right off the bat with this one. Because not in the mood to be polite to a couple of sissy ass niggas. So the link to the chat, Trinity, if you're still down there in the chat, jump on up here. Need some more firepower for this one. Shout out to everybody in the chat that just showed up. Sean Burton, Princess Z, Lika Lindsay. Now, where do I start? Abina, come on in here. Come off mute. Let's get this off the like I said,
Yeah, I'm here.
Time travels. If you in the chat, hit that link, jump on up here. You know, yesterday we had a show last night. It got kind of wild. We had a couple of cats up here for the Manosphere. You know, that's a pretty fucked up thing. hey, go on mute for that rooster. But anyway, you know, they said a couple of things that was pretty wild, pretty weak as usual. You know, we were just going through the regular, you know, usual weak shit. But then a couple of things came out yesterday that I thought was absolutely horrendous. And, you know, it goes to how sad we become as black men. I mean, the unwill to fight is so strong. I mean, it come off as it's natural to these guys. You know, it's natural for them not to fight. And if you mention anything about any kind of conflict, these guys, they get real scared and they start insulting you. They start calling you stupid because they are afraid to fight. And that's so sad. It's so bad as a man. You know, we are men. You know, when all boys do is fight. Men, we fight. That's what we do. We fight. We fight, we conquer, we go to war, we kick each other's ass. Then we're tired of beating each other up. We go make love to our women, we make babies, and we become fathers. And when we become fathers, we teach our boys how to fight. I've never seen such a poor display of manhood in all my life. 54 years old, been blessed to be living 54 years on this earth. And I'm telling you, I've never seen such a poor display of manhood, such an embarrassing display of manhood, such a despicable display of manhood in all my days on this earth. And you know, it's to the point now to where you can pretty much put this in the category of a crying shame. I mean, to sit here and listen to these weak brothers yesterday, it's kind of heartbreaking in a sense, right? Because you figure a man is supposed to be rough, tough, supposed to be strong, supposed to be the pillar of strength for his family, supposed to be that rock of Gibraltar. He's supposed to be that dude. He's supposed to be. But all I heard from these guys yesterday was that they were victims of the black woman. And I'm still trying to figure that out because what did the black woman victimize you about? How are you guys claiming victim from a woman that went through slavery with us? This is what kills me. Read the data. What data, nigga? What data? The data is coming from the same people that enslaved us. So they trust the word of the very people that enslaved us. They believe that these people, they believe that these people who enslaved us are so smart that they can actually sit up and go from country to country, city to city, town to town, and survey all the women on the globe and come back with some ridiculous set of statistics and tell you that all women on earth eat cornbread. All women on earth wear the same size bra. All women on earth don't like potato salad. Women globally don't like peach cobbler. Women globally don't like to take an Uber cab. They like to take a Lyft. They actually believe this. And they swear by this data. And I hope someone come up here today, because I'm telling you right now, the gloves are off today. You're not going to get a nice guy today. Because I've heard enough yesterday. Now, I was a gentleman yesterday. I took all your little flimsy insults because I realized that many of you are very girly. Okay, I'm strong. So your insults don't bother me. You see, you notice that I never reacted to none of your insults because it doesn't bother me. I'm strong. Your insults, they roll off my shoulders like gnats. You cannot hurt my feelings. So, but if you come up here today, I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to be as nice today as I was yesterday. Because quiet is kept. I'm kind of pissed off right now from what I heard yesterday. What I heard yesterday made me sick to my stomach. Let's get into it. Matter of fact, again, I'm gonna need some more firepower up here. See if a couple of my people in the chat got some time. We're gonna have some fun with this today. Hassan Burton, if you free, come on up here. I didn't see Trinity. Where's Trinity at? Trinity still in the chat? I need Trinity up here. Trinity, if you're in the chat, come on up here, sweetheart. We need some black woman firepower. Wow. Let's start with this victimhood. How is the black woman victimizing the black man? You're talking about a woman who went through slavery with us, who was suffering along with us, and who's doing her best right now to pull black people out of the dumps. Take your time, Hassan. Doing her best to pull black men out of the dumps, black people out of the dumps, period. She can't help it because she's being afforded opportunity. Because even though the DAC is stacked against us, she's trying to make the most of the opportunities that she's been afforded. And she's doing her best to bring black people out of darkness. And what are you Negroes doing? You're complaining about being a victim. And you've even been convinced that the black woman is your enemy. These dudes fixed their mouths yesterday to say that the black woman is our victory. I mean, our enemy. The very woman that gives birth to us is our enemy. Y'all hear that crap yesterday? The very woman that gives birth to us, who feed us, who nurture us when we cannot take care of ourselves, who work 2 and 3 jobs to put roofs over our head and food in our bellies, who cry every night because we're out there killing each other because our fathers won't raise us properly. And our fathers are allowing us to be raised in the street like animals. So we're killing each other. The same woman that gave birth to us who's crying over us every night because she has to keep burying us at a young age. She probably done cried so much her tear ducts don't work anymore. Probably done wore so many black dresses to funerals that she's got her own brand name of black dresses. Said that this is our enemy. Now I don't understand. I don't help me understand something here, man. If she was our enemy, what was she doing in slavery with us? And
She
why,
might be living. She might be living.
if she is our enemy, when they kidnapped our ancestors, why didn't they just leave her behind? And I'm saying, and listen, you still got to explain to me where we come from. If the black woman isn't ours, because they said this yesterday too, they said the black woman isn't our woman. If that's the case, then where the hell do we come from? See, if you're going to say something like that, then you have to have some serious receipts to back that up. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, saying the black woman doesn't belong to the black man, that's blasphemy. If you come up here today, you better have your shit right, or I'm cutting throats. Now I'm gonna put the link out today, but I'm warning you now. Not gonna be a gentleman today. And all your insults, all your little childish insults ain't gonna save you. Because I'm kind of pissed off today to hear a representation of a black man say that the black woman don't belong to us and that she's our enemy. So the people who enslaved us, who fed our children to alligators, who lynched our loved ones, they aren't our enemy. Even though the black woman has never lynched anyone, somehow she's our enemy, according to these guys. She's our enemy. Now, listening to these guys yesterday, one of them revealed that he was a sucker. He took care of a woman's 3 kids, and she played him, treated him like a cash app. So he said he hated black women. Now, I guess we supposed to sympathize with him and say, yeah, brother, that's fucked up. You got played out like that. And we understand that you hate black women. Nah, I can't roll with that. I can't roll with that. You had one brother that came up here acting like he reinvented the wheel with his so-called conscious knowledge. See, these young guys kill me. They think they got all of the answers. See, this is what I said before. Guys act like we haven't talked already. You act like we haven't talked about this conscious stuff already. Again, this is why I don't pay you young dudes any mind, because You read a few books and you discover a word or two, and you hear somebody, spew a little conscious nonsense, and you somehow get enlightened and you think that you got the answer. And you start running your mouth, saying things that you think we've never heard before. You aren't reinventing the wheel. We've been riding on wheels for a long time now. So this isn't about a conversation. I keep telling you guys that you're not going to talk your way out of this. This is not an enemy that you can talk your way out of confrontation with. This is an enemy that you're going to have to face down, and you're going to have to get into a fight with them. And to do that, you need courage. You can't be a coward. You have to be a man of courage. You have to be willing to exact brute force. And so what was the retaliation for that? Oh, that's some dumbass shit. You talking about using brute force. They're going to put us all in jail. Put us all in jail now. They're killing us now. If you fight back, you have a puncher's chance to survive. If you don't, you're talking about sure death. See, if you fight back, then you raise the odds of turning the tables and gaining allies. But if you sit there and do nothing, then you invite sure death. You invite sure death to yourself. You guarantee the death of your women and children. You guarantee the rape and torture of your women and children. That's what you guarantee them if you don't want to fight. Now, I'm getting sick and tired. Well, I have been sick and tired of scary Negroes who claim that they know something and get afraid every time somebody bring up confrontation. So to sit up here and say that the black woman doesn't belong to the black man, and you've not given any evidence of who we actually do belong to and where she comes from and where we come from, I think it's blasphemy. It's disrespectful. You ought to have your ass kicked. Seriously, you ought to have your ass kicked until one of your butt cheeks fall off. I've never heard that before. I've never heard a black man say that the black woman doesn't belong to the black man and that's not our woman. I've never heard that before. That's the first time I have to admit, that's the first time I've ever heard that. What kind of hatred drives you to say some shit like that? So when you look at your own mother, you say, that's not my mother, even though she gave birth to you? How do you look at your mother who gave birth to you and say, that's not my woman, I don't belong to her, this is some foreign woman, I don't know her? Where do you guys get this shit from? The white man telling you to say that? Who's telling you to say stupid shit like that? You know, when you're saying stuff like that, you can't come up here and say anything about intelligence. I don't want to hear nothing about any kind of intelligence, because you can't say that and be intelligent. And you didn't say it just once. No, I didn't hear Kevin Samuels' video. What did that punk say? Anyway, so you can't say that more than once and then say that you're intelligent. And then the basis of your intelligence is faulty data. You guys don't even know how to think for yourself, nor can you speak for yourself. I had this dude up here yesterday named Ron, whatever the hell his name was, some Nigerian, who kept claiming that he was smart, but he didn't show any intelligence when he was up here. He kept saying that his IQ was high at 3 digits and all this other shit, but never displayed any of that when he was up here. The bulk of his information was nothing but faulty data and regurgitation. I'm not impressed by, don't come up here with somebody else's work that you've memorized, that you've committed to memory, and try to pass that off as natural intelligence. See, this is why I don't allow that shit up here. When you step to me, you're going to have to use your brain. I'm not going to allow you to rely on faulty data. You want to take me on? You're going to have to use your own intellect. I'm not going to let you use somebody else's intellect. I'm not going to let you steal somebody else's hard work. You are going to have to take me on even ground with your own intellect. I don't play the regurgitation game. And again, let me get back to this nonsense about the black woman is an Alice. Then who do we belong to then? Who do we belong to? Hey, what leak is that? Yeah, okay, fine, but don't drop any more links in here, please. Okay, that's where they're getting it from? Yeah. I don't want to get that punky time of the day. Yeah, Auntie, I'm trying to figure this out. He said that black women belong to. So the woman that brings you into this world, who happens to be a black woman, she don't belong. You don't belong to her. How does that work? How does that work? And why you guys so hell bent on hating black women? Who taught you how to hate the black woman so badly? Somebody taught you that, because that couldn't have come from a black family. Where you guys get this pure? I mean, the hatred that you guys have for black women is insane. Now, yesterday, like I said, I was being a gentleman yesterday, try to give you guys some kind of reprieve. You came up here and made absolute fools of yourselves with your faulty data, your little hurt feelings. You got played out. Okay, so what? We've all been played out. Men and women both have played each other out. That's just the way it is. We don't feel sorry for you because you got played out. All right, you went to you fell in love with a woman, and women can make you do that. Women are very powerful. Beauty is extremely powerful. You know, the vagina is mesmerizing. It does have powers. Okay, so you fell in love with a woman. You took care of her 2 kids, and she ended up sleeping with the guy that she had the 2 kids by. And you felt some kind of way about it. All right. Do you want us to say that's wrong, Mr. Pooh Bear? And I'm calling out names, man. Calling names because people need to know who you guys are. Mr. Pooh Bear. All right, it's pretty bad, Mr. Pooh Bear. Then from there, you said you went to the Mexican woman. Her peoples weren't trying to hear it. You called them racist. They're racist because they don't want your dereliction in their community. This is what I said to you before. Other races of men aren't going to allow you to come into their communities and commandeer their women and spread your dereliction. You lucky you got out of the Mexican joint alive. You better be thankful that you're still breathing because they're usually more vicious than that. I mean, Pooh Bear, you lucky to be breathing. Because I know some Mexicans and they're usually more vicious than that. And no, they don't want you in their communities messing around with their women. That's why you guys sound so damn stupid when you're talking about you going to other communities and spread just man, ain't no other race of man trying to hear that shit. You come into his communities and infecting what he built. You understand? Then you said you went to Becky and she was on some wild shit. He was too wild for you. Okay. Abby. Abby.
Hey, man.
Come on and jump in here. Give me your take
Yeah,
on
I'm
what
here.
give me your take on what you
Yeah.
heard.
Okay. Yeah. This is one thing that yesterday I heard about this. I don't know whether his name is Ran or something, something. You see, it was like, okay, we have to blame the women because the women needs to build up the community. Why are you saying the women need to build our community? It's how the women who help the women to build out the community. But you are trying to blame every woman for not building up the community, and you are trying to say, okay, the women are not belongs to the men. I don't understand that place very well. Like I
Yeah,
wanted to ask a question that
yeah, I'm trying to figure that
I
out
want.
too, man. I'm like, who the hell do we belong to? I mean, if we're coming out of the womb of a black woman and you're saying we don't belong to the black woman who gives birth to us, then where's your receipts that we belong to someone else? And who is this mysterious woman? It has to be a woman
Yeah.
because women give birth to men. So who is this mysterious woman that we're supposed to belong to?
And one thing that I wanted to also know is that if he said it doesn't belong to the women, so now he also doesn't have a black mother, or his mother is an Asian or a white mother. You need to tell us, because if your mother or your mama is a black woman, then you don't need to say that we doesn't belong to the women. So where are we belongs to?
I have no idea.
You see, these manosphere men are like, I don't know what how they think, and I don't know how they understand actually we being black. I don't know how they think and how they understand it. That because if we are blacks, we have to work, we have to love our women, we have to take care of them because they are the one who will make our future brightness, and our children who are coming will be learning good things. But here is the case that if we are selling our women for other people, what are we trying to do? We will be growing up without having any women in the community again, having any children in the community again. Because look at what is going on now. They are trying to kill all black children, and we are not going to left with anyone again. If you are selling the women out, now it seems like we have this kind of bad mind for every woman on this earth, globalized as a black woman. We don't think about black women anymore. And in the 80s, in the 60s, men have been thinking about their women. They don't care about what will happen, whether they will die for their women. They will do it and they will die. But here is the case that now we don't have any man who is fighting for any woman because they knew they will be blaming the woman for everything.
Yeah, but you know what? You know, it's funny you would say that, right? Because the black man is the only man that I've ever heard that said that he wouldn't die for his women. He wouldn't die for his daughter. I don't know any man. Check this out. I have friends in different races. Well, I don't have any white. I don't trust white folks, so. But I have Mexican friends. I have Hindu friends. I have Arab friends because I'm a traveler. I have Japanese friends. I have Chinese friends. I've never heard any man from another race that said he would not die for his daughter. I have only heard a black man say that. And as a black man, that is disgraceful. That is disgraceful. I've never heard a man of any other race say he wouldn't die for his daughter, or he wouldn't die fighting for his daughter, or he wouldn't die protecting his daughter. But for some reason, we got weak ass black men who say that they won't die for their daughter, but they would die for their men's in them. And you got some other punk talking about black women don't belong to us. This is the ultimate separation hatred. This is extreme hatred. These men are enemies to us all. The fact that you would sit up there and fix your face and say that black women don't belong to us. Now, I can respect you for saying the truth. You said you hate black women. All right. And we found out why. Because you got played
Hmm.
out by one, because you felt that you were all in. So you got to understand something too, fellas. A lot of that has to do with you. Okay? Think about it like this here.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it like your favorite ice cream. A lot of us like ice cream, right? So when you get with a woman and she loves you at first, you're her favorite ice cream. And she likes eating her favorite ice cream. Now, what happens when you leave the ice cream out in the heat? It starts to melt. And when it starts to melt, it gets hot. And if you leave it there long enough, then the taste no longer is satisfying. And because you left it out in the heat, the temperature that makes it such a creamy and enjoying confection starts to drop. And ice cream doesn't taste good when it's warm. So now the taste becomes repugnant. So now she no longer likes the ice cream. So when you in a relationship with a woman and you taking care of her child and everything, and she's with it, then you stop doing little things. You start to melt. She starts to see how you really are. You stop picking up after yourself. You stop taking as many showers. You stop staying fit. You start to lose. You start to get a little fat, and you start to get dumpy, and you start to belch and fart everywhere, and leave funny odors in the house and stuff like that. So you have to understand something. Women and men are different. When you start to do these things, you think that everything is okay. But you see, in her mind, her favorite ice cream is melting. It's starting to taste nasty. So what do you do with nasty ice cream? You throw it away because it's no longer any good. It's no longer any good. Now she went back to her old ice cream because her old ice cream kept itself in the freezer. And the taste is still good and the temperature is still right. She goes back to her old ice cream and remember why she likes this creamy confection in the first place. See, the reason why you was chosen temporarily as the new ice cream because her old ice cream started to lose its taste. And then she got with you. Then when you fell completely off, you become melted and repugnant and you became nasty, you never put yourself back in the freezer. The old ice cream said, wait a minute, let me carry my ass back in the freezer and get my shit back, get my body back. So the old ice cream put itself in the freezer, froze up, got its shit right. Became an attractive, creamy confection once again. Now you all melted and ploppy doppy. You let your temperature drop. You're nasty, slimy. Now she's throwing you out in the trash. And as she was walking down the street and stopped at the local Walmart and went into the frozen section, she noticed her old ice cream was back in the freezer. And that old ice cream returned her love for that creamy confection. So it's simple. Old, strong, creamy confection versus ploppy doppy, melty, disgusting, slimy confection. See, you Negroes don't understand. You have to maintain. You have to strive. You have to be better. You have to compete with yourself. It's a challenge for you not to become a ploppy, doppy, melted, repugnant, slimy, disgusting confection. You can't become a ploppy, doppy, melty, slimy, disgusting confection and expect her to still enjoy ice cream. So now that she's throwing you out, she's throwing your slimy behind out, now you're upset. Now you're mad because she told you she loved ice cream when she got with you, and you were the ice cream at first. But then you became this nasty, slimy, ploppy, doppy version of yourself you're no longer ice cream. She told you she liked ice cream. She didn't tell you she liked slime. You've turned into melty, disgusting, ploppy doppy slime. That's not ice cream. So now you mad because she doesn't like ploppy doppy slime. That's what she sees, ploppy doppy slime. You still think you're ice cream. You're not ice cream anymore. You become ploppy doppy slime. So now you're upset with her because you let yourself go and you've lost her interest. And so you've actually played yourself out. But you think that she did it to you. You see, let me tell you something, brothers. Women are extremely cerebral. A lot of you don't understand that because you don't understand the nature of women. Women are extremely cerebral. They're always thinking in their mind about shit. They see stuff. They calculate things in their mind. And they're very quiet about it. And so while you sitting up here talking about, hey, baby, you need to accept me even if I become slimy, ploppy doppy, and repugnant. She's looking at you like, wait a minute. You're supposed to be enjoyable, delicious ice cream. Now she'll stay loyal to you and she'll stay loving you as long as you stay ice cream and you stay the flavor that she enjoys. And this is what you don't understand about women. When you step to a woman a certain way and establish yourself a certain way, it's permanent. You can no longer deviate from that. I'm sorry, you can't deviate from that. Or you're going to change their perception of you. And they're going to say, and they're going to have thoughts in their mind about, wait a minute, doesn't he know he's letting himself go? No, a lot of you don't believe you're letting yourself go because you don't care about what your woman thinks. And that's what gets you in trouble with a lot of women. And this is how you end up getting played because you don't care about what she thinks. You just want her to accept you any old kind of way you want it. Women and men are different. Women can get certain things and they have more leeway because they're women and they have a vagina, and the vagina is extremely powerful, right? So there's some things that they can get that we can't get. Now people say, which one is stronger, the vagina or the penis? I'm gonna tell you that the vagina is strong globally and overall. The penis is only strong when you're dealing with a particular woman, one woman at a time. And so if your penis can overcome her, that's just that woman. But globally, men chase the vagina. Women don't chase penis because women can have penis whenever they want. Why? Because they have vaginas, and vaginas attract penises. They don't have to chase us. They don't have to go out of the way for us. We are the chasers. We chase the skirts. We chase the vagina. Why? Because we want what that vagina can produce. So that puts the vagina in the top spot. Let me give you brothers a few minutes to try to soak that in and try to understand where I'm coming from. So they can get certain things that we can't get. You can't afford to let yourself fall apart. See, they can gain a little weight, and men are still going to want them. A woman has so many things that she can do to herself to attract men that ain't even funny. Men are different. We don't have as many options because we have a lot of things working against us. For one, the physicality in which we bring to the table can do a lot of damage to our bodies. It can hamper our mobility. It can do a lot of bad things to us. So we don't have as many options as they do. Their bodies don't get wrecked like ours. Most women don't end up with a limp or with worn out cartilage in their knees to the point to where they need orthopedic surgery. Their backs don't wear out like ours. They don't lose their mobility like we do. They don't endure or go up against the things that we do. They don't deal with the same kind of physicality, debilitating physicality that we do. See, there's a
So
lot
I
of
think
things.
it might be.
See, there's a lot of things that are working against us, and there's a lot of things that's working for them. I'm not saying that a woman can't lose. She most certainly can. But even if she loses, she still has some things working in her favor, even if she's losing. Once a guy starts losing, he's losing. Women can start losing and still have some things working in their favor, even if they're losing. You can take a woman that don't look very good in the face, but have a tremendous body. And you can have a woman that looks average, but extremely sexy. They just have too many things working for them for us to be competing with them. Like I said, if you guys sit up here thinking you compete with women, you guys are fools. I don't know what to tell you. You got to be dumb to think that you can compete with a woman. Seriously, man, I really think there's something wrong with you guys. And how many times I got to tell you, there's no competing with a woman. I guess some of you are starting to realize that, and now you're becoming jealous, right? You come up here, you're jealous of what the woman represents. You're jealous because the men want women, and the men are going to pursue women, regardless of what you say or not. Like you guys have come up with this bullshit about high value men, this number system. It don't mean shit in the grand scheme of things. We don't give a fuck if you call a woman a 4, a 3, a 2, or what. If we like that woman, we're going to pursue that woman whether she's a 1 or a 10. And that's what y'all don't like. You don't like the idea that a woman can be a 1 in your ranking system. She can be a 1 and get a man that's a 10. Y'all hate that so goddamn much, don't you? Because you rank this woman low there. I mean, she's a 1. And still can end up with a millionaire. And you hate that about her. You hate that she got that kind of ability. You can't stand the fact that you rank this woman as the 1 and feel that she shouldn't have a man that's a top earner, and then she end up getting a man that earns more money than you. She end up with a man that can buy and sell you niggas. And y'all hate that. Y'all jealous of that. Well, get used to it. It's not going to change. I hate to tell y'all that, but it ain't going to change. I hate to rain on your parade, but it's not going to change. Keep trying to tell y'all a woman can get any man, pretty much any man she wants. That shit is real. Y'all trying to make it seem like, no, you can't get whatever man you want. Oh, yes, she can. She can even get you punk ass niggas if she wants. And y'all know she can. See, all you niggas that's popping this shit, right? Talking about you hate women, you hate the black woman ain't shit, right? You mad because she can get you too. Like that fool that was up here yesterday talking about, you know what, I hate black women. But then turn around and say, well, I'm not saying. But black woman hit you niggas up right now, talking about she with it. Y'all gone. And after all the shit you've been popping, right? Oh, the black woman ain't shit. Shit you're talking about, she with it. You're gonna cut all that shit out. You're gonna throw all your sex dolls away and shit. You're gonna tell your sex doll, hey baby, it's not you, it's me. Throw her blow up ass in the fucking dumpster. Because you got a real woman now. You got a real woman that's with you. You're gonna break up with all your blow up dolls. You're gonna tell your blow up dolls they gotta move out. But you got a real woman now. See, this is about y'all not being able to get a woman. You see, I said before, back in the day, we used to be cuddled up with our women, right? We used to be hugged up with our women. You guys want to do that now. There go Trinity. Trinity, you want to come up here? I'd love to have you up here and have some fun. But listen, y'all just want to be hugged up right now. Why don't y'all say it? If a black woman is ready to put her arms around you right now, you niggas will turn into nothing. And all this big bad talk, all this big Billy badass talk about black woman ain't shit, all that shit to go away. Or you a sex doll abusers, you know, putting your hands on your sex dolls and shit. You know, we got domestic violence, right? If you beating up your blow up dog, what kind of violence is that? Is that plastic violence? So let's get back to what we was talking about here about I guess you guys are going to stay clear of this platform today because you realize that shit you said yesterday was going to have some pushback. The black women don't belong to us. And the guy, Pooh Bear, if you're listening, you got played out. Deal with it, brother. Deal with it. Not the first that's been. Wait a minute, man. Hey, look. Ain't nobody gonna collar you, bro. Ain't nobody gonna pat you on the head talking about, oh, there, it's gonna be all right. Man, ain't nobody doing that. Got a problem? Go get some therapy. Go eat some damn, bubble gum or some shit. Go blow some fucking bubbles some damn way. Go get your mind right. There ain't nobody gonna feel sorry for you. You ain't the first one that's been played. And frankly, nobody really gives a shit that you got played out or not. You seem to be the only one that cares. Nobody else gives a shit. What we supposed to do because we got played out? Abby.
Yes, that's my man. Like now, okay, what are we supposed to do for us to know that okay, where are we belong to? Which women do we belong from? So they need to teach us where we belong to. If they said we doesn't belong from the right woman, we need to know whom we belong to.
I don't know because
And they need to
well, you
stop
heard him
this.
say. You heard what he said, right? He said he hate black women because he was with a black woman and she had 2 or 3 kids by 2 different men, and that he took care of the kids. He even paid her way through college, and she still ended up sleeping with one of the men who she had the babies with.
Did he actually have a wife and
No,
kids? That
no.
is why. That is why he might be a good dude. That is why.
No, he said,
Because someone who have a wife and he understand children or he have been taking care of children who will not be saying I don't like black women, I don't like this, I don't like this. Because how will you say you don't like this and you hate women but you be with women?
"Oh yeah." Mika said he said he hate the black women because of the choices that they make. He said that he hates being black. Now, what does black got to do with you getting played out? And then he said that he hate black women for the choice they make. Why? Because look, they have a right to make. Should black women hate you because of the choices you made? You made a choice to be stupid. Should they hate you for that? Don't you have a right to be stupid? I mean, I don't like stupid, but hey, you have a right to be stupid. See, brothers, let me hook y'all up on some real game because you guys don't know nothing, man. When you're dealing with a woman that has 2 kids by 2 different guys, you have to understand, especially if them kids are little, there's still some kind of attachment to one of those guys. She's not completely done with one of those guys. because those babies are little. The relationship is still close. So there's a strong possibility they may end up back in the bed with each other. We call it friends with benefits. Them babies are little. So there's probably still some closeness between her and the baby dad and the baby's father. You have to be aware that now if her kids were 13, 14, 15 years old, that's a different situation. But when them kids are little and the father's still around or whatever, there's a possibility that it's probably a friends with benefits situation. You gotta be mindful of that. They might still be sleeping with each other because the kids are little. And women, when the kids are little, man, women are very, 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 very accepting because they want the father to be there. You have to understand something. It's like if you with some people and y'all work hard and y'all achieve something real big, and y'all work together for a couple of years. Y'all form special relationships. And y'all finally achieve something together after 3 or 4 years. You form special relationships. When women have children with men, there's a special thing going on there for a little while because the babies are little. The mother is going to want the father involved as much as possible because the babies are little. They're babies. So there's a good chance there may be some sweet talking going on. She's vulnerable. She's got little babies to deal with. And when she's like that, it's easy for the father to come in, start an argument 1 minute, she's mad 1 minute, come back the next day, they done calm down, you done brought the baby some milk, some Pampers, they're talking, next thing you know, one thing leads to another, and they hump it. Because she's still accepting of him because the babies are small. They're babies. I'm not saying that happens with all women, but it happens with quite a few of them. They're not done with the baby daddy yet. Think of it as an extended pregnancy. If the babies are 4 and 5 months old, or 1 year old, or 2 years old, think of it as an extended pregnancy. When women get pregnant, right, they go through all kinds of changes, all kinds of mood swings and ups and downs and all kinds of stuff like that. Think of it like that. When the babies are small and the baby daddy's around, right, she's kind of vulnerable, depending on how close they were to begin with. Now, if they had a very volatile relationship, then it may be different. But if it wasn't that volatile, they're probably not done yet. She probably want to be done, but don't know that she wants to be done. She's probably done, but when she looks at her baby, she see his face. He comes around, gets on her nerves. She throws him out. He comes around the next day, brings the baby some milk, some Pampers. She done calmed down. He's sweet talking her. She's vulnerable because she's taking care of these babies. Next thing you know, he kissing on her, she hugging on him, and they doing it. That can happen. And you have to understand that that's a possibility depending on how young those kids are. So the best thing you can do is kind of like, keep an arm's length distance. Say, hey, I don't want to get into this situation. I noticed that your kids are young. What's up with the baby daddy? You need to find out what's going on with the baby daddy or the father of the children. You need to know what's going on with that. And if she can't give you no real answer, that's a red flag. That she's still not done with him yet. There's still some stuff going on. It may not be on a consistent basis. It may not be on no everyday thing, but there's still something because she ain't done with him yet. When women are done with men, oh, they got no problem letting you know that. They'll tell you straight up, nah, that nigga, I don't want nothing, fuck that. Trust me, when they're done with a dude, you gonna know about it. They're gonna make sure you know that they done with a nigga. But when they're not done with a guy, it's all kinds of vague answers. The answers she's not very sure about the answers because she don't want to lie. She changes the subject. She beats around the bush. She gets real pseudo on you. She's not done yet. She hasn't made a decision. She's confused about her decision. Hasn't made a decision yet because her emotions are working on her. She still feels some kind of way. These babies are little. She's probably feeling magnanimous about him. Wants to give him another chance. Want to throw him out, then go back out and get him and bring him back, then throw his ass back out again. Women go through all these emotions, man, especially when they have kids. You know, she's not done yet. So you need to protect yourself and be like, oh, and question her about that baby father, those baby father. Hey, is this guy around? Do you still love this guy? Are you done with this guy? Ask them the hard questions. If they can't give you no real answers, stuff like that, then you need to stay away until she can give you a definitive answer that she's done with this guy. And when women are fed up and done, you'll know about it. They'll let you know. But if she's not done with this guy, she ain't gonna need no real serious answer. She's gonna be like, she's probably gonna say you some shit like, no, we're not together. Okay, she's not lying. They're not together. He lives somewhere else and she lives there. But you see, you didn't ask her the right question. You should have asked her, are y'all still sleeping with each other? Don't ask her if they're together because then she ain't got the lie. She can tell you the truth. No, we're not together. And technically, they're not because he lives where he lives and she lives where she lives, right? They don't live in the same house, so technically they're not together. But did you ask her, were they still sleeping with each other? You didn't ask her that. So you ask her that and you put her in the bind. You back her into a corner. And she's either going to come clean or she's going to flat out lie. You got to ask the right question. You guys don't know what questions to ask. That's why y'all get caught out there. And then when shit hit the fan, right? You're wondering how she can verbally manipulate her way around what you say. Because you never asked her the right questions to begin with. Like you trying to tell you, women ain't stupid, man. They're extremely smart. They're very, very cerebral. You got to ask the right questions. A lot of y'all don't know the questions to ask. You end up getting played out. A lot of y'all help her cover the shit up and don't even realize it because you ask the wrong questions. Some of the questions y'all ask helps her build a case. So when shit hit the fan, she got all of this ammo to throw at you. And she can use you against yourself. You guys got a lot to learn, man. That's why y'all get caught up in this bullshit. And y'all run around here talking about you hate women. because you've been burned. A lot of it is due to you. You help burn yourself because you don't know what to say, you don't know what to ask, you don't know how to deal with it. You come up with a woman that already got kids. The age of those kids are very, 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 very important. You need to know the age of the children. But that's going to tell you the degree of involvement that the father has with the children. And it's also going to tell you the degree of involvement that he has with the mother. If they are babies and they're little, like 8, 9 months old and 1 year old, 2 years old, man, you need to, hey, there's a strong possibility that they still sleeping with each other, y'all. There's a strong possibility that she's still sleeping with him. You guys don't have no game. You don't have no understanding of how things work. So let's get back to, it's not my responsibility, to help give you guys game. You got to learn these things on your own. You sissy bams.
Yeah, but here's the case, Daddy.
And you sissy bams and you manosphere cats, I'm gonna open up a school here to teach you motherfuckers how to understand women, because you don't understand the nature of women. You don't need a dating coach. You need knowledge. You need understanding. A MacBook is not going to give you any understanding about the nature of women. That's just going to turn you into a homosexual. You need to understand the nature of women and how to deal with them better. See, it's not about calling a woman a whore or calling her out of her name or disrespecting her. It's not what it's about. It's about understanding their nature and understanding their ways. Because if you understand their nature and their ways, you can have beautiful relationships with them. Understand that they are women and they have ways just like men have ways. Once you understand that, you can have a better relationship with them. You guys penalize women for being women. You mad for, you don't want them to be women. But anyway, Abby. Abby.
Yeah, yeah, because you see, as we are saying this thing, and I think it's the time that I will ask the men that they need to even take care of the women very well, because without women, men cannot be okay, men cannot feel good in this world. So how will you sell out and say I never belongs to any women, and I would not love any women, I will never die for any women? How will you say that? So are you going to rather die for man? And that means you are gay, straightforward. You want to join the gay people because you don't want to die for your women. Because what I know in those times, my grandmother's time, they might tell you, hey, this is what we know. Men needs to take care of the women in the community. They don't need to leave the children for the women. So your father or your mother will teach you all those things. So when you marry, you don't never would leave your wife or leave your children for the women to take care of. Not even rather to blame the women, because the women are not at fault of anything is going on in the black communities. It's because the black man doesn't want to take care of the black women to move forward. all the names that they want to yarn on the black ladies, saying you are this, you are this, a whole lot of insult names.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but you see,
When we have been doing that,
my thing is, you see, the problem with a lot of these dudes is that they don't have any understanding. See, I hate to call it game, right? But that's what they
mhm,
identify. You guys don't have any game. See, that's what a lot of this comes down to. That's why a lot of y'all are so mad because you don't have any game, and you damn sure don't have any smarts about dealing with a woman because you read too many Mac books, you read too much pimp shit, and you listen to punks like Kevin Samuels and these weak ass dudes from the manosphere who don't know a damn thing about women. And y'all end up getting crossed up. Let me explain something to you, man. Understand something about a mother. The nature of a mother is to do whatever she's going to do to make sure her children survive, especially a new mother. They're going to do whatever. And this goes for mothers even down to the animal kingdom. Understand that a mother is going to do what she has to do for her children. She don't give a damn about what you think, what I think, what Kevin Samuels think, what the manosphere think. You don't give a damn about none of that. She gonna do what she has to do to make sure her children survive. If that means that she still has to sleep with the baby daddy to get something out of him to help take care of these children, that's what she's going to do. You don't give a damn about what you think about it. That's why I said you got to understand the nature of women, especially a new mother with babies. That father is still around, he's still close because she needs resources. He may be the best crop of resources around at the moment. She's got little babies. These little babies got to survive. So he may come back into the picture at some point because she needs resources. Now, if you come into the picture, you providing resources, if you can handle it, then she'll leave him alone. But understand something. You have to be secure though. Because if you're not secure, if you're not stable, she's not going to trust you. She's going to go back to what she thinks is stable. Now, she may have had a volatile relationship with the baby daddy, and he may have been on some BS bullshit. But there's one thing about him, right, that she can trust. She probably can trust him to be a stable provider, and that's somebody that she can rely on for resources. And it may cost her a little bit of intimacy, but she know that it's there. She's getting with you, and she doesn't know that you can provide that. She may like you, but you can't really provide those stable finances for those stable resources. So she's going to go back to what she knows and know that somebody can provide those stable resources. And that could be the baby father, especially because those babies are new. And then another thing too, right? Those babies are new. She's a new mother, right? She may not be thinking as clearly as you think she should be thinking because her emotions are running high because these are her babies. There's a lot of love flowing through her right now about her little beautiful babies. So she may not be thinking as clearly as she needs to be thinking. See, these are things you got to take into consideration. This is what I mean. You got to understand the nature of women. You guys don't have a clue. That's why you end up in these situations. You end up getting played, and now you mad. A new mother is hard to read, bruh. They're hard to read. And if there's a father around, if the father is still around somewhere, and that baby is brand new, man, you need to make sure that you understand that there's no intimacy between her and him. You need to establish that before you go forward. If you don't establish that, you're gonna get burned, and it's going to be your own fault. Because I'm telling you right now, those babies are new. And if that dude is still hanging around with them brand new babies, there's some intimate connection that's going to happen because she needs resources to take care of those children, and he's probably the best option for resources, and she's probably doing it for no other reason than to acquire the resources from him to take care of those babies. See, you a man and you don't understand that because you're not a mother. You don't think like a mother. You don't think like a woman thinks. It's like he's trying to tell y'all they don't think like us. You don't know what's going through a mother's mind, especially a new mother. You don't know what they feel. You don't know how their mind works. They need to secure resources for those babies. And if that ragtag nigga that they used to be with, he's still around, if he's the best option for resources, then they're going to do what they have to do to secure those resources until they can find something better and more stable for their children. Damn what you think about it. They can care less what you think. And a lot of them ain't even mad, they ain't even mean with you about it, right? A lot of them like you and want to keep you around. But if you're not capable enough of taking over completely the resource department, then they can't afford to let that other resource go. So they're going to try their best to keep both of you around. The more resources, the better. They're going to try their best to keep both of you around. Because she is going to try to make sure, well, not try. She's going to make sure she has resources for her babies. And sometimes you guys get caught up in that because you don't understand that and you get caught out there. The sad part about it is you think the woman is being malicious and she isn't. She's just being a mother and doing what a mother is supposed to do to protect her children and make sure her babies survive. It ain't even personal like that. Y'all take it personal. It ain't even personal. It ain't even nothing personal. It's about those babies. She's not using you because she want to use you. She's using you as a resource to take care of those babies. Because that's what mothers do. They take care of their babies. They ensure the survival of their babies. And so some of them, you know,
Yes.
the dudes, they end up with dudes at one point they thought was good, and he turned out to be a ragamuffin. You know, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but understand A mother is going to do what she has to do to make sure her children survive. Don't you see some of these women out here prostituting themselves? Those are women who feel that there's no other option out there, and the best thing that they can do is go out there and prostitute themselves. Now, I'm not condoning that. I'm not saying that a woman should do that, but some of them do that just to take care of their kids. Go ahead, Abby. Abby.
Yeah, yeah. So, like, for me, what I think like we should be doing is that Mr. Mas, you need to be teaching these men who doesn't understand the women very well. We need to teach them. They need to learn. Some of them doesn't know anything. All they do is that they've been hearing from social media, they've been listening to friends, and these are the kind of friends like the one who come on the panel yesterday cannot give you correct advice. He will be teaching you, he will be teaching you a whole thing that you will not even feel something for women. So we need some kind of men that will be going to the black communities to teach these men, these brothers who never knew anything and they want to learn so that they will understand it. Than going to social media or listening to friends who will be giving them fake advice.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they listen to the guys in the manosphere, right? And when you listen to guys like Kevin Samuels, and the best you can do is say that you hate black women, then you need to start listening to somebody else. Because it's obvious that people like that, they're not helping you. They're not helping you as a man to understand the nature of women. I keep telling you guys, if you understood the nature of women, you can have better relationships with them. Shout out to my black y'all. What's up, Lucy? Yeah, we're doing a part two to what happened last night because we're trying to figure out as black men who we belong to. Because I've never heard a black man say, there's two things I've never heard a black man say. Matter of fact, I never heard, I'm going to say this one more time. I have different friends from different races. I've never heard another race of man say that he wouldn't die for his daughter. Matter of fact, I've heard the opposite. I've heard guys tell me, man, I will kill you over my daughter. I would die for my daughter. I would die for my family. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
The black
You
man is
cannot say that you not.
the black man is the only man I've ever heard say in my whole life that he wouldn't die for his daughter. He died for his men's in them. Whereas other men, I've heard the actual opposite. They be like, man, fuck them niggas. But I would die for my family. I would die for my daughter. But the black man, the only motherfucker I ever heard say, he ain't gonna die for his daughter. He gonna die for his men's in them. And then number two, the black man is the only man I've ever heard say that black women, they're not our women. And what I want to see some receipts. Some look, Pooh Bear, or whoever the hell you guys are, y'all out here listening. I need you to come up here and provide some receipts that the black woman isn't our woman. I want to know who woman she is, And if that's the case, who the hell do we belong to? See, I'm kind of upset because we didn't push these niggas yesterday and ask them to provide those kind of receipts. See, I'm kind of mad because I want to see those receipts. Show me. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm eating lunch while I'm doing my show. Show me evidence that the black woman doesn't belong to us, or we don't belong to her, or she's not our woman. I need evidence of that. I don't want to hear nothing about what no white man said. I need clean-cut evidence for you to back up your claim that the black woman doesn't belong to the black man, and you need to find the woman that we belong to, or the woman that we came from. Because even white people to tell you that we all came from black women. So apparently you know more than the white folks, so I'm gonna need those receipts, son. They belong to whoever they want, and us black women belong to no one. Yeah, that don't make any sense at all right there. You know what that sound? You know what that sound like, Auntie? That sound like a scorned woman. Don't these guys sound like scorned women? Doesn't it sound like you try to get back at women on some I am Hillary, hear me roar shit? Remember that song that the white women came out when Bill Clinton was in office and he was making decisions, everybody thought his wife was making those decisions? And they started making them songs, them old white women songs, them old white women anthems. I am Hillary, hear me roar. That nigga on some that nigga telling black women, yo, he up here telling y'all off, yo. That nigga came up here to tell black women off. He said, I am Sissy Bim, hear me roar, black women. I am Manus Queer, hear me roar. I am Sissy Bim, hear me roar. God damn it, black women. Y'all fucked up. It's your loss. That motherfucker, hey, that dude is the shit. That's your loss, black women. You fucked that up. He's an educated lame. He the shit. He is educated lame. Hear him roar. Damn, where's my hold on one second. Hey, Abby.
Yes.
Talk to the people for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. You see, as Mr. Mas was saying, black people, we cannot be doing this thing as long time ago. Look at what these white people did to us, and we are rather now fighting against ourselves. Who is fighting against ourselves? is the men who are fighting against the women. Who doesn't want the women to be with them? We can't do that as a black people. We need to love ourselves. We need to love our children. We need to take care of our women. You see, how long time? See what white people do? They take everything we have. They still,
Okay, I'm back.
they still.
I'm back. Thanks, Abby. Okay, Abby, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you ladies a question, and Abby too, right? They claim
Okay.
that black men are victims of black women. How
He said
so?
they claim that.
They say that they are victims of black women. Now, I've known black women all my life, right? A black woman gave birth to me. I never
Mhm.
felt like a victim. I don't know what that's supposed to be.
For me, because they don't love their mothers, that's why they also call Arab women victims of black women. I hate them because if you love your mother, will you be jarring on the names of the women or be insulting them or calling them names? Is that not a woman who gave you birth to you? Your mother is a black woman. She was the
Hmm.
one who gave birth to you. So if you love your mother or you care for your mother, will you be will you be insulting these women or will you be insulting with the black women? You can't know that because you hate your mother and you doesn't respect your mother. That's why we have all these men calling names upon names on black women.
Hmm. Yeah, when I'm waiting for somebody to tell me how we're being victimized by black women, I still don't understand what does that even mean. What do you mean that we are victims of black women? What does that even mean? I don't even know what that is. Like, I've known black women all my life. Victim never came to my mind. Like, I've always done what I. No one has ever stopped me from doing it. I don't even get what they're talking. What do you mean victim? Victim about what? What is she victimizing us on? I don't even. Somebody need to fill me in because I didn't get that memo.
That's the problem we are having as a black people, always saying a whole lot of names, victim, this is, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I don't understand. Uh, we're supposed to be. I still okay. If you're saying that black women, let me put the link in the chat because any of you manosphere cats in the clouds, put the link in the chat right now because I want to know one thing. How are we being victimized by black women? What are black women doing to victimize black men? Okay. Are you saying that we're being victims of black women because black women are making bad choices? Well, this goes back to what I was saying yesterday. We can't hold black women accountable because black women aren't the leaders of the community. And if you're trying to say that they're the leaders of the community now, that's a setup because there's so many of you who have turned your back on your community. You are now trying to cover that up by putting the blame on black women and saying that there are no men in the community. So the black woman is now the leader of the community. No, the de facto leader of the community is still the black man. You're not going to abandon the community and willfully abandon your children and think that you can get away with that by blaming black women. That doesn't fly here. You are still the numero uno de facto leader of the community. And because you are the leader of the community, there's no holding black women accountable because the leadership is a leadership of failure. So she is not the leader of the community. It's kind of like being the quarterback of a football team. When the team wins, the quarterback takes all of the accolades. When the team loses, the quarterback takes all the responsibility. Why? Because he's the leader of the team. Even though there was a football player out there who made a mistake and got beat for a touchdown, the quarterback takes the responsibility. Because the quarterback is the leader. So you are the de facto leader of the community. Your leadership is piss poor. And you're responsible. Now, let's get down to this black women choose bad men. I done said this to you guys before. I don't know how to keep explaining this to you. You guys act like you don't understand English. It's a very simple concept here. Bad men in the community come from fathers neglecting to raise their boys properly or neglecting to be in their boys' lives, period. This leaves the black woman to be overwhelmed, and since she can't teach the boy everything that he needs to know to become a man, there's going to be some discrepancies that can turn deadly. There's things that the boy needs that the mother cannot provide. And that is your fault. Because you weren't there to properly instill these things into the boy. So now he done went on the street and done found some makeshift father somewhere else and done got his wires crossed. Now he's running around here like a freaking animal, killing black people. That is your fault. And you've allowed too many of these men to be developed under your watch in your environment. And so that is what you have left the black woman to choose from. She nests in environments. So there should be plenty of good men in her environment to choose from. This is not hard because the environment that I came up in, there were plenty of good brothers in the environment for women to choose from. Because they were good fathers raising their boys. And the fathers wanted good men for their daughters to choose from. So what they did something about that. The fathers in the community raised their boys to be respectful and raised their boys to be the kind of boys that they wanted their daughters to choose. So the fathers were very proactive in the choices of their daughters. That's what a father does. He becomes proactive. He says, listen, I don't want my daughter to choose some bum. Let me make sure my sons aren't bums. And then the next man says the same thing. I don't want my daughters choosing bums. Let me raise my boys to not be bums. You see, and now you got a domino effect of black men in the neighborhood not wanting their daughters to choose bums. So they guard against that by raising upstanding young men of integrity and honor, flooding the neighborhood with decent young men. And this guards against the women choosing bad men. So you failed at that. You've allowed too many unruly young men with no guidance to be raised in a bad environment. And so now they saturate the environment. And you've left the black woman no choice but to choose the best of the worst. And now you're blaming her for your mistakes. There's no way out of this, son. What you can do is accept the fact that you failed and put your heads together and come up with a solution to correct the problem. Because the black woman isn't going to fix the community. You have to fix the community. But you need to hurry up. See, because the black woman isn't sitting around waiting for us anymore. She's making moves on her own. It may end up creating a whole different environment that you're not welcome in. See, because if the black woman successfully get black people out of this downward spiral, then she is going to become the face of black people. And you will no longer be respected as a leader, as a father, and as a black man. Because your image right now is already piss poor around the world. No one takes you seriously, and everyone thinks you're a joke. And no man from any other race actually respects you as men because of the way you treat your women. So you don't understand something. The way you treat your women goes all around the world. Other men see how you treat your women. And they don't have any respect for you because of that. Case in point, let's go back to Ma'Khia Bryant, who has a knife in her hand, right? A white racist cop pulls up with a gun already drawn. Her father has enough time to save his daughter's life. What does he do? He engages in a fight alongside her like he's a gangbanger. This is an immature father. I said to you guys before, when you become a father, you become the most responsible. Your responsibility as a man is supposed to go through the roof. Apparently, he was irresponsible, and it cost him his daughter's life. He was more interested in fighting along with his daughter like a gangbanger than to go over there and save his daughter's life by getting that knife out of her hand. When the cops showed up, there shouldn't have been a fight going on at all. There shouldn't have been no women fighting, and there shouldn't have been a woman with a weapon in her hand. So what he did was he got into the fight, tried to kick a woman while she was down. He was so interested in doing that while his daughter was being lit up like a Christmas tree by a race soldier. See, that's the kind of irresponsibility that has destroyed our community. And that kind of behavior is the kind of behavior that's being passed down to our young boys. So now our young boys don't have the proper response. So when the threat comes into your community, when an outside threat comes into your community, it's not recognized as an outside threat. And the behavior this outside threat, the behavior is all wrong. See, you're not supposed to get down there and fight with your daughter like you're a gang member. You're supposed to see to the safety of your daughter as a father. That's supposed to be your number one priority. One, disarm her, get her out of harm's way. You don't get out there and try to kick women in the face. That's what cost your daughter her life. Now, some people see it the other way. Some people is choosing to go the white supremacist way, and I ain't got a problem with that either. But I got a big problem with the father because the father could have saved his daughter's life, and the men in that community failed to protect that girl's life. That fight should have been broken up, and that girl should have been disarmed. But we got so many cowardly and scary Negroes. That's the reason why she's dead. If she was in my community, that fight would have been broken up and we would have took that knife away from her. I could have disarmed that girl in about 3 seconds. She should have been disarmed and that fight should have been broken up. When the police came, there should have been no fight going on. It should have just been a conversation. Nobody should have been dead. But because the men in that community was scary and weak, and the father was an immature derelict, that girl is dead. And that's the kind of failure that we have in our communities for leadership. That's the kind of failure that we have. And if you want to look at why the boys are so bad in that community, take a look at her father's behavior. That's where they're getting it from. You have adult males who are acting out and acting like kids themselves, rather than being a responsible parent and see to it that your daughter is safe and out of harm's way. No, you chose to be a gangbanger. And now your daughter is dead. Let's move to the other little girl, 7 years old, who was shot 6 times in the car with her father at a McDonald's drive-thru. She's dead because her father was immature and behaving like a teenage boy. He went and pissed on someone's grave. He desecrated someone's grave. This is not maturity, people. This is immaturity. So while he's pissing on someone's grave, the loved one of the grave that he was pissing on caught wind of that, felt some kind of way, and came back and retaliated and took the life of his daughter. His immaturity as a father cost his daughter her life. What are you doing desecrating someone's grave? You have no respect for the dead. Well, I'm not surprised you have no respect for the dead because you have no respect for life. But what are you doing pissing and urinating on someone's grave? This is not the attribute of a grown man. This is not the behavior of an adult male. This is some childish, immature, little boy shit that cost your daughter her life. Urinating on someone's grave. So when we look at this, we're going to blame the black women for his immaturity? Or are we going to blame the black men for not raising this young man with maturity? Let's fast forward over to Nipsey Hussle. I said this to y'all before about Nipsey Hussle. When he was murdered by the guy Eric Holder, did you see what Eric Holder looked like? Did you see the mentality that he was sporting? Makes me waste question, did Nipsey Hussle really die because Eric Holder had no guidance as a young boy, had no real father in his life? He was raised by gangs. If Eric Holder had a real father in his life, guess where he wouldn't have been? He wouldn't have been in Nipsey Hussle's face. Okay? He wouldn't have been in Nipsey Hussle's face. He wouldn't have been there to get involved in the confrontation. He would have been out doing things that he's supposed to do as a young man or as a man, out tilling the ground, working for himself, making a way for himself, taking care of his family, if he was raised by a real father. See, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. See, when the fathers are raising their sons, then the boys turn out with a stronger mentality, a mentality that's actually worth a damn and makes the boy a productive member of society, not a fucking bandit running around here with a ski mask on and a goddamn gun. Not some derelict that's running around here looking to get into all kinds of mischief. Not some lazy motherfucker that don't want to work for himself and want to take away what other people have worked hard for. See, a father makes a huge difference in a boy's life. Not having a father can break a young man permanently. So I ask you again, we look at the Nipsey Hussle situation. Nipsey Hussle was doing things in the community. If Eric Holder had a real father, would he have been in Nipsey Hussle's face to begin with? My answer is no, because he would have been out taking care of his own business as a man. If Eric Holder had a real father, would he have been in a gang? My answer is no. If Eric Holder had a real father, would he have been immature? My answer is no. The father of the little girl who was shot 6 times, had a real father been in his life, would he have been urinating on someone's grave? My answer is no. When you don't have fathers, you have this kind of degenerate behavior that leads to all kinds of tragedies. Because those boys that you neglect, they grow up out of that neglect. And because you didn't put any kind of understanding in their heart and in their minds, they grow up that way. And they do unspeakable things like I just mentioned. Now, when Nipsey Hussle was murdered, everybody had all kinds of stuff going on. Well, he was building projects. That's probably so. But did anybody think that if Eric Holder, the one who shot him, if he had a real father in his life, would he have been there to begin with? My answer is no. He wouldn't have been there. Had that fool who said that he won't die for his daughter, but he'll die for his men's and them, if he had a real father in his life, think he would have said that? You think he would have felt that way? My answer is no. See, we need to get these fathers working again in the community. You're not going to straighten this stuff out without some real men being real fathers. Just like Denzel Washington said, right? They asked him a question, what he sees going on in the neighborhood. He said lack of fathers. Dr. Claude Anderson said there's a lack of leadership. This isn't rocket science, people. No fathers equals bad stuff. No fathers equals bad boys that grow into bad men, that do bad things to other people. Just ask Denzel Washington. He said lack of fathers. That's what it is. It's a lack of fathers. A lot of you probably didn't look at it that way with the Eric Holder situation in Nipsey Hussle. Had Eric Holder had a real active father in his life as a boy, would he have been there in a confrontation with Nipsey Hussle? My answer is no, he wouldn't have. He would have been too busy dealing with his own life, solving problems in his own life, and building a way for him and his family. He wouldn't have even been involved in gangs. Fathers don't steer that. Well, I don't know about these fathers. You know what? I can't even say anything anymore when it comes down to what's going on today and what happened with the time I was growing up. I may as well be a dinosaur compared to what's going on today. I can't measure nothing by these niggas today. I've never seen black men like these. I can't say, well, back in the day, you know what? I'm running out of that kind of conversation because the more I talk about that, and the more I look at the guys today, it gets worse. It gets the distance gets longer and longer and longer. Like we didn't have guys to say, "Oh, I hate black women." I mean, I'm glad that they was honest because at least we can see exactly what we're dealing with, right? I mean, Pooh Bear said he hated black women, but we figured out why. He got burned. Now we can debate about whether he got burnt because he lacked the understanding of what type of woman he was dealing with. We can get into all of that. But my thing is, you got burned. That's your personal issue. You have to deal with that. Let's not take that and get on a bullhorn to the rest of the world talking about black women ain't shit and you hate black women. See, because I'm gonna tell you, brothers, something. Y'all better be very careful where y'all talk that shit at. And this is not a threat, and I'm not trying to incite violence. I'm just telling you something straight and real. Y'all better be careful where y'all talk that shit at. If I was you, if you're gonna talk that, you better stay on social media with that. Don't carry that kind of talk into real life. So I'm gonna tell you something right now. A lot of real men are very sensitive about their mothers and daughters. Very sensitive in real life. You around some dudes and you talking crazy about women and he got daughters, gonna feel some kind of way. You're gonna feel some kind of way about that. Like I said, you guys got to be careful when you say this shit at. You got a lot of black people who love their grandmothers. They love grandma. You come and start talking crazy about black women, they're going to feel some kind of way. You got a lot of black brothers who love their aunties, their female cousins, and got daughters of their own. You got to be careful when you talk this shit around. Ebony. Well, let me see if my
Yeah, I'm here.
I gotta go to the bathroom. Talk to him. I'll be right back. Talk to him for me.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So, when are we going to start, brothers? When are we going to stop saying those kind of things to ourselves? You see, we need to be together as one because we are black family. We need to stop. This kind of discrimination will not take us to anywhere. It's going to take us whereby we're going to end or losing our lives and our children's lives if we don't put a stop to it and we continue being this kind of manifest and this kind of CCBN. We still continue. We are not going to move forward as a black people. We need to put a stop to everything we've been doing and let us sit down and come together as a one people. We need to take whatever these people take us from slavery. Look at how they treat us. Are we going to continue like that? We need to know that we are from slavery and now whatever they steal from us, we are going to take it back. So we need to come together to save our children, to save our communities as a black people. If we don't come together to save these communities and these children, see, let me tell you, some few years coming, we will not be getting any black community again. Because all these children that are coming are learning from us. Whatever we are doing now, that is what they are learning. And we are not going to gain the children, or we are not going to get these children again. Yeah. Yeah. So we need to put a stop to it. And we need to teach those children who are coming, who never knew anything. We need to teach them so that they will learn. They will learn how to be like a man. They will learn how to be a father. They will learn how to be with their children or their women. These are some of the things we need to teach these young children who are coming as a black people, as a black mothers, as a black fathers. The mothers are doing their job, but where are the fathers? The mothers are trying to help these children to build up these communities. But where are the fathers who are going to help these mothers to build these children in the communities? Where are they? They don't want to come together with the mothers. Because they want to leave these mothers when they're taking care of these children or the young men who are coming, then they'll be blaming the mothers for everything. They'll be blaming the mothers that this is your fault. You did not take care of the child. You did not take care of my son. But where are you? Where are you that moment for you to take care of your son or your daughter? Don't you want to be with your family? And do you be running out in the house, leaving these children for the women to take care of? Yes, the women have been trying their best to take care of these children. Then later, you come and blaming the women for everything. That is the women's fault. I did not take the care of this child because it's my women's fault. When are we black people, are we going to put a stop to these things? When? Because there's a time coming, these are what our children are learning from us. They are learning that our fathers have been insulting our mothers, have been saying filthy words to our mothers. And we have these young children who are coming are also learning. Oh fuck. Tell me, Hannah. Phone go.
Okay. Hello? You guys hear me? My screen just, hold on, let me see. Let me check something here. Okay, she fell off. All right, can you guys hear me? Type of one in the chat. I did. Sorry about that, y'all. I was up all night taking care of some work. But I'm here now. I'm here. I'm here. Well, you know, I'm at the point now to where we have to start a whole new movement. Okay. We got to start a whole new movement. Get about these lames, these sissy bims. Because one thing I noticed, right? They want black women to feel sorry for them. Like that guy Pooh Bear, his whole thing is he want to hold black women accountable for him taking care of those two kids, and that girl still slept with one of them baby fathers. That's why they can never tell you what they want black women to be held accountable for. That's why they keep saying that they want them to be accountable for the choices that they make. Right? Put two and two together, y'all. He mad at black women because he got played out. He even said that he took care of those kids and he even paid her way through college. Some of it anyway, right? So he want black women to be held accountable for that black woman choosing to go back with one of them baby daddies. And because she made that choice, it didn't choose him because he said he educated. Well, I don't know how educated you are with a 2-year associate's degree, something that you can get from a community college. I'm not sure. To me, that's no different than, I don't know, that's a little bit better than a high school diploma, I guess. But anyway, he says that woman did these bad things to him. And so, because, hold on one second, I'm eating my sandwich too, because sometimes I forget to eat. Man, I fell asleep yesterday. I didn't even realize it. But anyway, when you look at it, he wants the black woman to be held accountable for that one black woman that did him wrong. So he wants y'all to pay dearly for her choosing to go back with her baby father. Now, we don't even know what really happened. For all we know, she could have broke up with him and he didn't take no for an answer, and she decided to reconcile with her baby father, right? Well, we know that could have happened too. And he's not giving us the whole story. So that's why they keep talking about the choices that you make. So these guys are with women who are playing them out, and they're mad at black women because the black women made a choice to be with these other men. I mean, is that about the gist of it? It's about the gist of it, right? That's what it seems to be to me. My brother Hassan is up here. What up, my brother?
Oh, what up, Max? How you doing, man? What's going on? I came to, build with you for, maybe a few minutes.
I hear you. I hear you. So, hold on one second here.
Yeah, put my headphones on so I can hear you. Give me a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Put my headphones on. Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, man, you held yourself well last night, man, like a true gentleman.
Yeah, man. I try to let these guys give us, you know, now I see what the problem is. Now I see why they're going around here and they want black women to be held accountable for the choice that they make. Because they've all been burnt, they've all been hurt, and they mad at that black woman for making the choice that she made that messed up the relationship. And so they're mad at black women because they can still be in a relationship with the black woman if the black woman didn't make that choice to play them out. That's what it's
Yeah.
about.
Yeah. Yeah, man, you had some real serious characters on there last night, man.
Yeah.
You had some real fools up on there last night, man. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I could, but
So all of this, the manosphere, this is the female version. No, they are the male version of a black woman scorn.
I have to agree with you. Very much
Yeah.
so. Very much.
That's what this is all about. That's why they keep saying she needs to be held accountable for the choices that she made.
Right. And none of them, if you notice, none of them, not one of them was like, all right, and we're trying to explain to them, nah, we are the leaders of the community. We dropped the ball. Nah, she got to take some accountability. Nah, she just got to take some accountability for the dudes that she be select. Nah, dude.
Right.
Them dudes are us. The community is us.
Right.
We are
Right.
leaders. All right, well, why is she with the Pookie and Ray Ray, the Ray Ray and Pookies? You know what? So they're standard men? Well, I'm glad that you you know what I'm saying? That's a byproduct of us as absentee fathers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you brought that up because a lot of us still don't understand, and we still seem to have these conversations about the single moms. And I had to tell someone on the panel, we gotta stop having them discussions unless we're gonna include the absentee fathers. Period.
Right. Now here's another thing too. They mad not only because of that, but the Pookie and Ray Ray stole a girl.
Oh, yep. You sure enough did.
That's why they keep bringing Pookie and Ray Ray up. Pookie and Ray Ray stole a girl.
Yeah.
He mad
Yeah,
because he was taking care of his woman's 2 kids, and she went back with one of the baby fathers.
I was hearing you was talking about that a little bit, and you was like, if they're still babies, come on, man.
Yeah.
Dude should have known better. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah,
She's gonna go back to one of those fathers at some point.
Not because the babies are still new, and she's still messing around with him. She ain't really done with him yet.
Right.
Because she ain't got no definitive answer about what he gonna do about them babies. So she's still hanging around. She still ain't done with him yet.
Right.
So these guys are mad because you can't hold on to your woman. They can't hold on to a woman. So rather than them being strong about that and doing something to change that, they want to blame black women. So basically what you're saying, if you blaming black women for not being able to hold on to one, then you have given up on yourself.
Yeah.
Right? You've decided that you're going to be a loser and you're going to complain about it. I'm a loser and I want everybody to know about it.
Right. Like we're gonna come give you a hug or something. You know what I mean? We're gonna come pat you on the back and give you some Kleenex and be like, oh, don't cry. Here's a shoulder. Man, get out of here with that.
You know what? I was really giving the benefit of the doubt, right?
Right. Yeah, man.
This is about Pookie and Ray Ray stealing your girl. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
And you're mad because Pookie and Ray Ray had the charisma to come steal your girl. You couldn't hold on to her because you don't have what it takes to keep her.
Right.
Because you don't have what it takes to keep her, and Pookie and Ray Ray have what it takes to take her away from you. Now you mad at black women, period, because you figure if you go back for another black woman, the same thing gonna happen because you didn't improve, you didn't change yourself.
Right. And this kind of reminds me of that brother you was talking to last night. He was like, I got an education, and when us educated brothers come into the community, they don't want us. You know what I mean? I said to myself, well, maybe one of the problems is y'all mofos think y'all know every damn thing, and that's a turnoff. You understand?
Well, you don't want them either because you can't keep them.
Right.
I don't
But
want them. You can't keep them.
Right. See, the Ray Rays and Pookies don't got to do all that. All they got to be is themselves and be true to their hood.
And the Ray Rays and Pookies, they just being Ray Rays and Pookies. That's all they know.
And it's not their fault. And I'm glad you brought this up again. They are a product of absentee fathers in the homes. So I'm not going to point the finger and let them hold the bag for any damn thing. Because ultimately, that's our fault as well.
Well, the answer is real simple. Raise more educated lanes. You guys are mad that she ain't choosing educated lane. Raise more educated lanes.
Right. I spoke to one educated lame in real time. He was like, yo, man, we're educated. We got this and got that going on. We got good credit, and they still don't want us. No, we got all this going on. We ain't got no kids. We ain't got no, we ain't got no, we ain't got all that drama that these Ray Ray and Pookie's got. Yet we still can't, seem to get a girl to come our way.
Because you don't understand the nature of women. That's why. You don't understand the nature of women, bro.
Plain and simple.
Nope. And until y'all do, until y'all understand the real nature of women, you're gonna keep getting played out.
Right. And let me just drop a little jewel to these educated brothers. Max always talks about simplicity. It's a beautiful thing. You educated brothers always want to complicate stuff. You know what I mean? Use all these dressed up vocabulary words and think you know every damn thing.
And
you know nothing. Right.
You get played out on some simple shit. Now you're confused.
Right. And then a lot of these educated brothers need to stop going around thinking you're better than us that come from the hood, man, because you're not. What are you gonna do? Take your educated self and go to the other side and try to teach them what they taught you? Nah, come on, man, stop it.
I'm not impressed, man, with the so-called educated and all that. I mean, I'm educated too, but I'm not a lame though.
Right.
I mean, what do you mean? What do you call? Why would you call yourself a lame?
Educated schools for educated fools, right? Curtis Mayfield. It is what it is, man. And I'm not knocking education, but don't try to think you're better than some of us brothers that are coming from the hood and we deal with things in real time. Stop that.
Right, but you're already telling the woman just by identifying as a lame, you're already telling the woman that you don't have much confidence in yourself.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You already a sad sack. You already got your face buried in the ground like an ostrich, right?
Yes.
So you already let her know that you don't have what it takes to be a real man. You identifying as a lame.
Yep.
See, y'all gotta watch what I keep trying to tell y'all. Women are very, very, very cerebral.
Yeah.
Okay, Kimberly Perk. What's a lie, sweetheart? Well, they're not disrespecting black women. If I keep telling citizens here, don't be alarmed by these guys. These guys aren't the cream of crop guys. These guys aren't men that you should be concerned with. These dudes are actually with some real sad cases, and I kind of feel sorry for some of them. Some of them might, if they didn't have social media, they might be trying to commit suicide.
Yeah, right. I'm not even gonna laugh at that, but that's some serious stuff.
I mean, these aren't guys you should be worried about their opinion,
Because everyone has an opinion, you know what I'm saying? So
I'm trying to see what Kimberly said. Kimberly said something is a lie. What is she talking about? Now, what is Kimberly saying? Is she saying anybody has an idea what she's talking about? She calls something a lie.
I don't.
But anyway, yeah. Why identify yourself as a lame? I mean, you already telling the woman that you don't have any confidence in yourself. You identify yourself as a lame. You've already downgraded yourself. You've already put yourself down. You're already knee deep into self-abuse. You're abusing yourself.
Shot yourself in the foot right on the introduction. Blah. Oh.
You mentally abusing yourself. So when you walking around here calling yourself a lame, I would never identify with being a lame. Even
Lame,
if I was a
cornball,
lame, I
square.
would not.
Right, right. Even
Even if I
so,
was
right.
a lame, I wouldn't identify with being a lame.
Mm.
Oh, okay. But even if I was a lame, I wouldn't identify with being a lame. Why? You go up to a woman and say, "Hey, listen, I like you, but I don't know how to be a man." Well, what is she supposed to say? She says, you go to a woman and say, "Hey, I like you, but I don't know how to be a man." What is she supposed to say to that? Is she supposed to sit up there and say, "Okay, sit down, let me show you how to be a man"? Is that what she's supposed to tell you? Is that what you're waiting for? You know, see, I really wish these guys would come up here again. You know, I'm gonna start calling this the Olive Branch Project. Okay.
Yeah, man. You had some numbers last night, so yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Because this shit is funny, man. You know, a lot of this, I think we can. You know what? So
What
sad
up?
about this. I
Tell
think we
me.
might be able to save one or two of these guys.
No, I think so too. I think so too,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, I think we might be able to save one or two of these guys.
Yeah.
You know,
Shout out to Bella. You know what I mean? She was really trying to
yeah,
reach out to Ronnie. You know what I'm saying? I
yeah, we
guess
might be
he
able to
got in his
save one or two of
feelings.
these guys because Auntie, don't let these guys. Okay, sisters, don't let these guys get you riled up. These aren't no real men of means or integrity for you to be concerned with. Their
No.
opinion don't matter.
No.
No real man is paying these guys any attention or giving them any kind of respect. Yeah, these aren't men you should concern yourself with. These men are doing themselves a disservice more than they're doing anybody else.
Yes, they are.
Nobody, yeah, nobody is listening to these guys like that or believing what comes out of their mouth. No, I'm going to keep the disrespect to a zero. All right, because like I said, I got a little hot yesterday because I heard the B word being thrown around. We don't do that up here.
Nope.
Now you come up here, you're going to be respectful, or I'm going to haul you out of here. Someone is snoring. No, that probably was me, Kimberly. I fell asleep because you sweating since last night. Sorry
Nah,
about that.
no. I fell asleep too, man. And that's why I had
Yeah,
my mic muted and my camera off. I actually
but
just fell asleep.
yeah, the guy from Compton, yeah, he was all right. You know,
Did did he eventually come back?
yeah. He came back. He hung out with us last night.
Oh, that's cool. That's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah,
That's
he was
cool.
in here just a few minutes ago.
All right, word.
Yeah, so he's welcome. He'll probably be back at some point. He'll
All right,
probably jump
word.
on. And we can build.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Well, let me get bro speak up here.
All right. Well, yo, I gotta get back to work. My break is up. You know what I mean? I'm gonna catch you on my
Okay,
next
man.
break. All right.
All right, yo. All right, all right.
All right. Peace.
Bro, speak. What's up, my brother?
Hey, what's up, Max? How you doing?
What's going on, man? I mean, you
Oh,
came. Oh,
nothing much.
okay, you came in. What time did you come in last night?
I think it was it came in. I think it was right after. I think it was just before Pooh Bear came on.
Okay.
So I came in for that, and yeah, I was like, and then when I first heard what he was going to say when he said about the black women fight, I said,
Uh-huh.
oh no.
Yeah, you
This
see,
ain't go. This ain't gonna go well.
yeah, you,
Uh, and I was kind of walking away from a bit. I was doing stuff, and it's like he was trying to get me to help you. I'm like, no, bro, I'm not helping you with that shit. You on your own.
I know. He kept calling bro speak out, right? He kept, bro speak. I'm talking to bro speak. Nah, brother, bro speak, chilling, man. You're not talking to him. You
Mm-mm, I'm saying,
kept saying, bro speak, bro speak.
nah, I was away. I was like, nah, man, I'm not getting involved in that. You ain't look. I mean, nah, bro. I've
Yeah,
had my battles. No, I'm good over here. You, you go have to sail on that ship. I'm
yeah.
gonna stay over here.
But you know what I gathered from him? Okay. He has a case to where he's upset. I don't even know if his hatred is even real. He's mad at the woman he was with because he felt that he went all out and
Hmm.
showed her that this is the best of him, and she made a decision to go back with one of the baby's fathers. Because I believe he said that she had 2 or 3 kids by 2 different fathers. Was it 2 kids or 3?
I think he said three. It was 3 kids from
Okay, it
two
was
baby
3 kids by 2 different
fathers.
fathers. Okay,
Hmm.
so he's mad at her because he felt that he probably showed her the best of him, and it wasn't enough for her. She went back with one of the baby fathers, and so he's mad at that. I don't know why he chose to go to a Mexican. That I can't figure that out. I keep trying to tell these dudes, these Spanish people ain't trying to hear that, bro. So he got ran out of that community. Then he tried to go over to Becky. She was on some wild horse shit. Couldn't deal with her. So now
Hmm.
he's upset. He's probably upset that he can't get another black woman, or if he do get another black woman, he's gun shy.
Yeah,
You know. So
yeah, yeah,
that's
man,
probably his frustration.
right. And I can understand that because when after I left my ex, I dated a couple of women and it didn't work out, so I got gun shy too. And
Mhm.
but I still, I had a little bit of hatred for my ex, but even then, I didn't try to extend it to all black women, and that's the thing that the internet does, unfortunately, when you have a group of guys who have the same issue, but they're not trying to solve the issue. You don't have the right people that you can go to really, get over that. Yeah, it stays with you, and then you just have that mindset. Well, since I'm scared, well, all these women are terrible, and there's no good women around, and you can't find any good black women. And I'm looking at it like there's still there's still good women around. You just I think what it also is that they they're way too focused on these women to the point of you're so scared of them now you're hating them. And I'm like, it you probably would focus more on yourself. Just get yourself together, get over that hurt, because that's some hurt. Just the fact that, I mean, he caught a STD and he got played. I mean, that's a that's two hurts in one from one woman. That's that's a lot of shit to go through. And then all the other women that he's getting with played him. So at the end of the day, it's not really the women, it's his choices of who he's trying to get with. And he's not, instead of dealing with that and saying, let me fix myself so I don't have to deal with those type of women, No, you just want to go and blame black women for it, and that's what I'm saying. You gotta that he's too focused on the women and their issues and instead of focusing on himself, and that's something you can't solve on the internet, really. There's too many examples where, I mean, there's too many people on here who are just as hurt as he is, if not worse. That's just going to lead you astray, and not enough people who's going to, hey, at the very least, tell him to work on himself. Because I always feel like this: are you working more on yourself and not have that overwhelming desire to be with a woman, either sexually or otherwise, that woman's gonna come. I mean, that's what happened with my ex. I was
Yeah,
working on
but
myself. I
you
wasn't so
can't.
focused on getting with the woman, and she just came, and it gave me time to analyze her and see if she's the right one, and then it just happened, and
Yeah,
then
but
I pursued her.
we have to understand, right? Women
Hmm.
and men both get played out.
Yeah.
It's not just men getting played. Women get played out. Look, I have 5 sisters, brother, and I can't tell you how many times me and my brothers had to go after dudes that they done devastated our sisters, messed with their mind, played with their feelings, dogged them out. We even had one dude that was beating the hell out of one of my sisters. And every time we went over there to step to him, she would jump in front of him to protect him. I mean, it's not just men being played out. Women get played out a lot too. And matter of fact, we don't even want to go in that direction because there are more women who get played out than men because men are the ones that's usually doing the playing out. Men really hold the cards when it comes down to playing somebody out. They play out women way more than women play men out. So you got to look at it this way. All right, you had a situation, you left yourself a little bit vulnerable. Go back and look at what you did, right? Okay, you went in full blast. You like this woman. Some women, listen, I call women like this trap girls, okay? They're really cute. They got a beautiful smile. They got a certain look about them that can captivate your heart real quick. And they can make you empty your pockets. You know what I'm saying? I call them emotional stick up kids. They got the looks that can make you empty your pockets. You understand what I'm saying? And so you get with them, you get that feeling from them, and now you're emptying your pockets. You're going all out. But you never check to make sure that they was really interested in you or not. And the guys fall into this trap all the time. And women tell you all the time that you need to get to know them before you go forward. And some guys ignore that. You don't get to know the woman. You like the way she looked. She's sweet looking. She say a couple of things to you. She hug you. She make you feel just right. That you empty in your goddamn pockets. You don't even know this woman. You don't know what she's going to do in the heat of the moment. You don't understand what her nature is. You don't understand that she's going to be there for you through hard times. You don't know what she's going to do because you don't know her. But you empty in your pockets. You understand what I'm saying? You feel that you want to go the extra mile. You're going to help this woman out with her kids, which is noble, right? So there's nothing saying that she can't be a bad person. I'm not going to say, I don't know that woman, right? I'm not going to sit up here and say she was a good person. I don't know what the situation was. But it's possible that you just ran into a bad person. You gotta take that. Look, we've all made mistakes. I ran into some bad women in my day. That's the chance you take out here. everybody you run into ain't gonna be good people. They ain't gonna be on the level. You can't trust everybody, and you can't show everybody who you are right away. He probably, hey, this is the love of my life. I love this woman. He done fell in love before she did. Another problem, guys. Don't fall in love with the woman before she fall in love with you. A lot of y'all make that mistake too. You done fell in love with the woman. You don't even know if she's in love with you like that. You don't know if she's gonna go back. You don't even know these things. Some of y'all in love with a woman that's in love with somebody else. And you never take the time to find out. Like I said, I would have been asking questions about the baby fathers. Are these guys in your life? Y'all sleeping together? I'm asking the tough questions. I'm backing it into a corner. Are y'all sleeping? I want to know y'all sleeping together. That's what I'm interested in. Because if y'all sleeping with each other still, I don't want no part of this. I mean, I could be a distant friend to you. Every now and then I may shoot you a few dollars to help you get your kids a pair of pants or something. But other than that, that's all I can do. If you're sleeping together, I can't get down with that. Now, if y'all ain't sleeping together and y'all just dealing with each other for the sake of the kids, that's one thing. But if y'all sleeping together, man, hey, and some of these guys, they get involved with women that are still sleeping with other men, and they don't take the time out to vet these women, and they end up getting played out. They don't ask her the right, like I said, they don't ask her the right questions. They ask questions like, are you and your baby daddy still seeing each other? Probably going to tell you no, because technically they're not. Are y'all still with each other? You're going to tell you no, because technically they're not. Are you asking her, are they still sleeping together? You still sleeping with your baby daddy? Make her answer that question. She can't answer that question, you need to bounce. Or she don't answer that question to your satisfaction, you need to bounce. Because there's only two things she can tell you. She's either going to lie to you or tell you the truth. She's going to tell you that, yeah, we still having some intimate relations, you need to bounce. If she lie to you and say, no, we're not sleeping together, then it's up to you if you're going to take that for face value. And say, okay, they're not sleeping together, but let me, keep my eyes open. Let me sleep with one eye open to see what's going on with this. So man, y'all gotta help yourselves out too. You just can't play victim and say, oh well, she played me out. So now I'm mad at every woman that comes down the pike, and I'm gonna come on here and tell the world that black women are evil and that they choose bad choice. What if you was the bad choice? See, a lot of y'all don't understand, right? You don't understand about yourselves either. You don't know how other people perceive you. You may walk around here calling yourself an educated lame, and you think you the shit, right? But other people don't see you that way. That
Yeah.
woman that you with, she might think you a bad choice.
Mm-hmm.
After she been with you for a month or two, a couple of months, she might think, you know what, I made a mistake. This nigga ain't what I thought he would be. She may be looking at you as a bad choice. And you talking about, well, she should have choose better. She's probably thinking that way about you. She should have chose the better man. And you thinking you the cream of the fucking crop. She looking at you like you're at the bottom of the totem pole. Like, okay, this old bottom feeding nigga. A lot of you guys don't think like that. Y'all think y'all the shit. But you don't understand how other people see you. You don't understand how they feel about you when they interact with you. So she probably been with this dude for a couple of for I don't know how long. Well, probably they probably been there for a couple of years since he was paying her way through college too. You understand what I'm saying? So there's probably some things that took their toll on us. Sometimes women give us a rope to hang ourselves, right? So there's things in the relationship that she don't like. She probably mentioned before that you ain't doing nothing about. And after a while, it gets to the point where it's too late to change those things because she done made a decision not to step off. And if she needs something at the time and you providing it, let me explain something to you. If you are providing something for a woman and she accepted, that's not stealing from you. She ain't taking nothing from you. You offering it to her. So you can't say she played you for your resources when you are offering those resources to her. That's what some of you make the mistake when you get played out and say, well, if you felt that way, then why you kept taking all of these gifts? Because you kept giving them to her. You kept offering them to her. Why should she say no? You got a problem, cut off your resources. So I'm telling you right now, if I'm having an issue with a woman, the first thing I'm cutting off with my resources. You ain't gonna play me and my money out. You may play me a little bit, but you're not playing me and my money both. That's not happening. I'm cutting my money off. That's the first thing I'm cutting off. If I'm with her and we start having issues and I start feeling some kind of way, that money is cut. You may play me, but you ain't gonna play me and my money too.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I think and the other thing is when talking to her, see how she talks about that baby daddy. It's
mm-hmm.
also important. I think guys kind of miss that when she's really talking down, like really going in on him. Yeah, that's a sign that she really ain't over him yet.
That's right.
And nine times out of ten, she gonna be with him. That's a fact. And even if she's giving you sex, that don't mean nothing. Cause you know you got to understand there's women who give sex for money all the time. They don't mean that they're attracted to the guy. Hey, they need this money or whatever resources he got. So she got to give up the goodies until the man that she really wants. That's when she just cut it off completely,
I know that's what I was
or
saying
even
earlier.
it's like it's so many factors that can go into that, but you gotta see how she really talks about that baby daddy. If I mean, she may be a little critical, but all in all, she has a more neutral view of him. Then yeah, she's probably over him. She's just doing with him for the kids. But if she's too far one way or too far the other way, yeah, she's dealing with him. She's still dealing with him, and he can come back at any time.
Yep.
And you got to really be watching it. And I don't think a lot of guys they be so rushing everything, and they don't really take the time to really analyze her. Just and ask those questions.
Well,
They
that's
just there
because
with they like you said they go out too hard too soon
yep,
and they get caught up.
get caught out there, emptied your pockets.
Hmm.
You don't have the right information on how to deal with these women, and you listening to these guys give you all of these Mac lessons and stuff like that. I'm trying to tell you that shit don't work. That shit is not realistic. It don't work like that in the real life. You got to be reserved in your approach to these women. You got to be you got to be on even ground here and hold back your resources until you know exactly what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of you guys done played yourself out. You done threw your resources everywhere. You done bought her diamond rings and you done paid her way to school, done bought her a car and all that, you know, and then you get shook, you get jerked. That's real simping right there when you're doing all of that. And you don't even know if this woman is really feeling you like that. See, now, what if we ask this question to prove it? Hey, man, when you was doing all these things with this woman, did she once ever said that she loved you? Did she ever say that? You understand what I'm saying? Did she ever say that she was stood by your side if you was broke? I mean, did she ever give you any indication that she feeling you like that? I would like to ask him that question. Because if she never gave you any indication, man, you was done from Jump Street. You never even bothered to find out if this woman even really gave a damn about you at all. And then you
Yeah.
gave all your resources up.
Yeah. And I've had like coworkers at work, and they would tell me about, oh, how this woman played me, and she did all this. She took all my money. She just using me for dinner dates and all that. And then I meet the woman. I'm just like, we just having conversation, saying hi and bye and all that. And I'm like, that's what she did to you. And then when I really hear what how he approached her, I'm like, oh, I see why. Yeah, you
Yeah,
you you doing too much.
like I said,
She
some of these guys are in the game that they don't know how to play. You
no.
know, you don't know how to play the game. You guys are real novices. You know, you don't understand the nature of women, man. You know, especially a new mother. She's going to keep. If that father, if one of those fathers is the best source for resources, he's not going nowhere.
Mm-mm.
I'm telling you that right now. He's not going nowhere until she finds a more secure source of resources. He ain't going nowhere because she needs him to take care of those babies.
Mm-hmm.
She needs resources for those babies. She's a new mother. Now you just came into the picture and you doing all these things, but she ain't sure about you yet. So she's not gonna let go what she's sure of until she figure out what you all about. And apparently y'all been together for years. You did all these things, and she still didn't choose you.
Yeah.
So that leads me to believe that either you ignored her or didn't even bother to find out if she was feeling you like that. You just went and imposed yourself on her, tried to buy her with all of these gifts, and she accepted the gifts. And then at the end of the day, when you tried to move forward on something more serious, she wasn't with it. And now she's the devil himself. And you mad because you spent all these resources that you probably want her to give back, but you can't give back. They were gifts any old way. And you can't sit up here and run that shit. Well, if she was feeling that way, why did she accept the gifts? Because you offered them to her. There's no law that says she has to turn down your offer.
Yeah,
Hell, you
that's
hell
more of
you
a moral issue,
hey
but
you
moral rules and law is two different
hey
things.
you can go out here right now and meet a woman for one day and give her the keys and the papers to a brand new car and say, "Here, would you like to have this car?" Now, some women might say no because they don't know you or anything, but some women who ain't got no car or whatever, and you go for her a brand new car and it's paid for, she gonna say yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now she's driving this new car. You come back and say, "Hey, can we go out?" And she say no. What you gonna do? Take the car back from her? You're gonna cuss out to my well, you sure took that car that I gave you. Yeah, because you gave it to her.
Mm-hmm.
Why shouldn't she take it? That ain't got nothing to do with anything else. That's just the gift that you offered this woman. She accepted. Don't get mad now because you offered her an extravagant gift. She took it, and now you coming back for something different, and she not feeling that. One has nothing to do with the other. And one of the problems with you guys, what I'm seeing, is that you think that you can buy women and you can't. Some women have a price, most women don't. You can't buy most women. If they know that you don't know them and you ain't trying to know them, and then another thing too, right? We don't know how he was in the relationship. See, there's two sides to every story. We just got his side. We don't know how he was. Was he abused? We don't even know what he was like in a relationship. There could have been things in that relationship that hung him out to dry that we don't know nothing about. Like I said, all we know is his side of the story. We don't know how it went. Abby, oh, Abby's still up here.
Yeah, yeah, I'm back.
Okay,
Sorry, I
please,
get a blackout, so
no problem.
that is why my phone go. Yeah, blare now. The light is in.
Yeah, talk to Bro Speak for a minute. Entertaining people. I'll be right back. I gotta get off for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey, bro, speak. What is going on?
Hey, Miss Ebony, how you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm all right. Trying to get in a little bit of exercise before I go out for the day. But yeah, I, you know, I listened to the to the guy. I mean, I felt bad for him, and because of what happened, and but that's one of the things. I mean, it happens. We when when you
so,
take that chance
so,
when you fall in love with people, you give
mhm.
up, you give your all, and
so, bro, speak. Now, look at what is going on, and we have this kind of brothers who are saying this kind of things for like for for them to be women to be bad of everything they've been doing. What are we going to do as a black people to stop or to put a stop on this thing that some of the brothers are saying? Because we cannot be leaving them or allowing them to be always talking any negative things about the women alone, because women haven't done anything wrong to them. Women have been even doing their best how they can use it to help brothers. But here is the case that some of the brothers doesn't want to listen, and they are trying to blame the women for everything. And that is the reason why I don't understand. Look at what yesterday he's saying, that black men, black women, black men have not coming from the women. So where did they coming from?
mm,
You see, I am thinking about it, and I never have like, how will I say, I don't even understand it very well. I don't understand it because you can't say that black men, without the black men, without the black women, black men cannot be there. I tell you, without black women, we cannot have black men. People used to say that without black women, we can be on our own. Yes, it's true, but you can without your women. who will support you, who will guide you, who will give you knowledge to build these communities. Without black women,
Okay, so let me see. So you're asking me how like how do we stop them from
yeah,
giving their message? Well, I would say that really this is the internet over here. I don't know how it is in Africa, but over here it's it's pretty much free reign. Unfortunately, the internet has let a lot of hurt people um, get online and they can talk their stuff. And even though there's even examples of where there it's the opposite,
but
they're
this
able.
guy is coming from Africa. He
Hmm?
was a Nigerian. He
He's a
wasn't
Nigerian.
from. Yeah, this dude was a Nigerian. So I don't even know why he's talking about black women in America, because you are Nigerian, and one, you never even having any wife or any child you are taking care of.
Well, like I said, that comes from the internet. You know, they can get online anywhere. I mean, and I guess you can get online and you can talk your stuff. And the sad thing is, people don't ask. They'll find somebody. They'll look at something that they saw online. They probably look at some. I guess that Ronnie guy, is that who you were talking about? The one that's looking at these stats. He When he's looking at these stats, he's looking at just the numbers, but he's not looking at the situation that comes from that. Um, so he and you know, and unfortunately, the media also adds to that because look how they portray black women, American black women, and I guess
Exactly.
I guess also African women too. Look how they portray them. I mean, portray them in the media. So when you have all that coming around with this data, and then you have other guys who are sharing their pain for a particular woman, but they putting it on all black women. So it's real easy for a guy from another country, though, from like an African, to come up here and say, "Yeah, these women are terrible. Look at the stats. Look at how they act." And then you ask these questions. I'm like, "Well, okay, so bro, well, okay, have you dealt with a black woman?" A lot of people don't ask the question. There's another African who wrote the tenets for the SYSBM. I think, have you
Mhm.
heard of Babatunde?
Babatunde, yeah.
Yeah, he's an African. He's only been to the United States a few times, but he wrote a tenets to down black women, and I was one of the people over, even when when I frequented the manosphere more than I do now. I was one of the people say, okay, so while we're listening to an African talk about our black women that he'd have limited experience with, and I got, well, why you got to question everything? I said, well, I got a question because he he's from a different culture. He don't know our women,
Exactly.
and he don't know the reason why they doing the things that they do. So yeah, I got to ask. That's just like if I were to go talk about white women or African women. I can, it would be wrong for me to talk about African women. I can base it on from what I experience here because I do work with a lot of African women. But even I can't talk about African women in Africa because I've never been there. I,
Exactly.
I can't write a book about African women in Africa. I've never been there. I never dealt with them in that country. So,
That was
but but this is the thing. When you got a lot of hurt brothers out here, they will listen to anybody who will share their message, and they don't ask those questions. they just roll with it, you know.
Yeah,
And
because this was the problem I was having yesterday. That you were from Nigerian, and you are not talking about Nigerian black women or African black women, but you are talking about American black women. And one, you never been with them. Okay, look at what American black women being through racism and those stuff. Africa we never been to racism. So if you are talking about American women, sometimes you have to put a respect because they have been to a lot. And this is here the case that we are need to give them knowledge that they understand, or the men will understand to be with their women, not just leaving them so that their children will be dying. Look at how American children, black American children, been dying all the time. Even though Africa, our children have been dying, but they have not been shooting our children like the way they shoot black American children in America. Look at how they've been killing them. Look at how they treat them. Look at how they treat black people over America. Then you sit in Africa saying a whole lot of bullshit on black women in America. If you don't love them, don't say anything about them. If you hate them, just be on your country. If your country women have done something wrong with you and you doesn't like your country women, then that is better. You have to talk about that one. Don't go and talk about American women alone, man.
yeah, I mean, but it like, but it's so, and the thing of it is, it gets them, it gets them attention, it gets them views, and you know, a lot of these guys over here, they're so hurt, and you know, the thing about us, unfortunately, black people, we don't value therapy. We don't value helping people get over their hurt and pain, especially when they're young. We don't value that enough. So they're allowed to stew in this anger and this bitterness and hatred. And then, like I said, the internet, the internet is, there's some good things. It connects people, but unfortunately, it also connects people who have dark intentions, and if they
But
want to spew all this hatred for black women, they get to group up. And then there's some dudes who, yeah, they have a hatred of women right now because of what happened to him, like that guy Pooh Bear, what happened to him. But if you had somebody that could come talk to him and say, okay, yeah, I understand that that's what that woman did, and here's other steps to how to avoid that situation. But you don't have, you more than often than not, you're gonna run into the guy who's had the same issue and hasn't got over it, so they group up, or you have a guy who's looking to make a profit off his pain, and so they just riling him up and riling him up. Meanwhile, the cash app coming in, the super chats coming in, and yeah, it's a terrible thing, and you know it's,
yeah,
and
but
how do you really stop it? I mean, it's not really, unfortunately, it's not a way that you can really stop it. I mean, they tried, even with the Black Manosphere, they tried to get their channels cut. It didn't work. There was an ad, apocalypse or something like that, where a lot of those channels of the Black Manosphere were got their channels taken away, but they came right back, and so that didn't work. So the only thing I can tell people that they can do is you have to put out a different message, you know, put out more positive views of black women to counter that, and then you know into a and go to a neutral a place where one side is not, they're not leaning on one side or the other, and you know you got to you have to talk about it there. But to actually stop them, I mean, there ain't really much you can do unless you want to try. Like I told him before, you can dox, but here's the thing with doxing, that's considered stalking. Now you can be facing jail time. You know, there's been YouTubers who have taught who have been criticizing black women. They've had people call this job, and the job be like, "Wait a minute, if you call up here again, we're gonna charge you." So it's not really something that you can really do because this is the internet and it's it's free reign. The only thing you can do at this point is when they come over here, you debate the issue and you um, show where their thinking points is flawed, and you go from there. You know,
Yeah,
other than that,
but
I mean, it's not really much. You know,
yeah, but boss pick, look at something over here. You see, here's the case that now the young generation that they are coming, all of them are on social media and they are on the internet, even though learning from there or taking some kind of knowledge or advice from there. And we have this kind of manufacturers who are also on the internet trying to put an image attached to the women. So look at these young children who they are coming. What are they going to learn from the social media? What are they going to learn from the internet? And they are not going to take it a good thing over there, but they will rather take this manosphere's mind and they will be using it against these women. Because for me, if you're a man and you love your mother or your mama, as you love your mama, you need to have the same kind of love for your wife. Because if you respect your mama, you are not going to insult or give or a yell or other names, calling names on other women. Because your mama also is a woman. So if you calling other your wife a bitch or something, your mama trying to say you are insulting your mama or you are calling your mama a bitch also. So you don't need to call this name on the women. You see, these are the some of things that I have problem with black some of black men who it looks like their mentality is very low and they need to be high because see we are moving forward as a black people. We need to build up something. We just not can't be there always fighting our women. That is the women fault, is the women this. We cannot be there all the time. We need to come together and build something for the black communities and then it will be improved for our future leaders who are coming, that is the young generation, will get something to do. Not just be on social media with unnecessary talk or whatever we don't understand. We come and then we just say, oh, it's the women's fault. It's the black women's fault. If we are having the Asian or other people saying it's the black women's fault, you also as a black man, you also are blaming the women for everything. That will not going to help us. That is not going to improve us to build our communities. That's not going to help our young children who they are coming. Because if we continue this way, this is something that we're going to lose all these young children or the young generation that they are coming. And we are not going to get anybody who is going to take control of our communities. That's the black communities I'm talking about.
well, yeah, well, the thing of it is that I mean, the only other way is you got to keep an eye on these young boys. Well, you know, you got to keep an eye on these young boys when they're in these communities, and you know, the parents got to keep an eye on them. You know, uh, because I've always said, I'm like, look, if you, okay, let's just say if the women are as bad as you saying it, okay, well then the main thing you should be doing is going to mentor these young boys so they know who to look for, and also know about the good women that you think that they're out there, so they can look for them you know instead of just always demonizing these women, because even though if you're going to keep demonizing them, two things going to happen: either they're going to
Exactly.
just get away from these women, period, or they're going to seek them out even more, because now it's like a curiosity. So you're doing a disservice to these boys anyway. It's just, you have to get to these boys and girls when they're young and monitor what they're looking at, monitoring what they're reading, what they're listening to. Because I remember I was on another panel, and the lady was talking about Mr. Samuels. She said her 13-year-old is listening to this, and she had to her father and her had to get in this dude's head. Like, who is this guy? What does he do? he, he's like, this dude ain't nobody. What are you talking about? And
Mm-hmm.
but that's the thing. A lot of these especially these young boys, they don't have nobody right there to show them something different. They just literally, they're fending for themselves, and the mothers are doing what they can. Some are doing the best they can. Some are not doing the best they can either. But either way, they're still by themselves, and you still don't have a male presence there to make sure that, look, okay, you don't have to be so. Your life is more than just these women. You have something that you need to do, whether you want to help the community, you want to do other things, whatever you plan to do. You can't be focused so much on these women to the point of it's an obsession one way or the other. It has to be in balance. There's going to be good women out there, there's going to be bad women out there. That's just a fact of life. But your
Exactly.
focus shouldn't be just on these bad ones and what they're going to do. I mean, look, they're human. They're going to do whatever. You can't control another human being. But what you can do is, while they're in your presence, mitigate what, if they're going to do good things for you, you celebrate that, and you cherish that, and you cherish them, and you reciprocate. But if they're going to do bad things to you, at least the best you can do is mitigate the damage that they do to you. And then you chalk it up and say, okay, she did this to me. What could have done to make sure that don't happen to me again? But that's
Exactly.
what they should be teaching, but that's not what they want to teach. And but that's on that comes on the black men that really give a damn about the community. You're gonna have to get in these boys' life. You gotta be a mentor, and you gotta counteract these ideas that come from their head. Because again, I told people before, yeah, you get rid of the man. Let's just say the black manosphere is gone tomorrow. All those ideas and stuff that they came up with, they didn't come on with that on their own. That came from the neighborhoods, the environment that they're coming from. So if you're not attacking that environment, if you're not attacking, if you're not going into that environment and trying to change it, you're gonna have another version tomorrow. I mean, hell, I mean, you got, from the black manosphere, you have Igmore, you have SYSBM. Now you have Black Pill. You got those guys, and those guys. You think the black manosphere is bad? Listen to those black pill people. They give no fucks. They give no fucks about nobody. You think they hate black women? They hate the black men too,
Mm-hmm.
and that's coming down the pike. And they're kind of they're trying. That's a battle with them.
Now, who is
So
that?
uh, the the black pillars,
Mm.
Oh yeah, I know about them.
yeah,
Bunch of another, a group of sucker, loser ass, fucking treacherous ass traitor niggas.
yeah,
They
and
don't
that's
give
what
a
I'm
fuck
saying.
about black people.
They're separating from the black manosphere and the red pills and all that.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
and
separating
they're
from
growing.
yeah, they're separating from people. Period. Because all they do, you see,
Hmm.
the problem I got with all these fucking factions is that they're giving crazy black men who are awkward, black men who have homicidal tendencies. They're giving them a place to call their own. They're giving them a place, a sense of family to belong to. That's why I say we don't need any of these factions. All of these factions are anti-black. None of these factions are pro-black and for black people. All of these factions are anti-black. We don't need any of them. As far as I'm concerned, they are a part of the black hand of white supremacy, and they are no different than white racists. We don't need any of them. It's like I told that dude yesterday, Ron. What the hell are we doing with a black version of the manosphere? We don't need any of it. These black men, you can go jettison yourself off the nearest cliff. We don't need any of you. We have enough enemies as black people. We're in a situation right now where we got enemy on all sides. Our women are being killed, our children are being killed. We got enemies on all sides, and you motherfuckers got the nerve to sit up here and form hate groups? Carry your ass out of here. We don't need none of you. Get lost. We don't need a red pill, a blue pill, a black pill. We don't need any pills. We don't need a manosphere. We don't need a sissy bim. We don't need a conscious community. We don't need any of you. A Hebrew Mizraelite. We need none of you because none of you are good for black people. None of you help black people. None of you are good for our young youth. And all of you are anti black. As far as I'm concerned, you may as well go on and become a real extension of the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. That's why I said if we're going to if you're going to do anything, you're going to have to protect the environment, and you're going to have to get to these boys when they're young, because the adults, at this they pass the age of, I don't know, 25, and they talking that Mansfield talk. You got it's gonna be that's gonna be the harder ones to deal with, and
Ah, well, you know what it
good
is.
luck with.
It's the
But
millennials. It's the millennials, like you said, the 25s and the millennials. Like that dude Ron yesterday, he was a millennial, right?
yeah,
If you're talking about, so if you're talking about black women don't belong to black men, talking about black men are victims of black women. How is it that you are a victim of a black woman? How are we victims of the black women when they've never enslaved us and they were in slavery right along with us?
and
How
that
how 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 did they victimize us?
and that's the one from Africa, right?
Yeah, that's the Nigerian.
So I'm confused. Like, okay, and that's the thing. I'm like, you from Africa? What
I
does
tell
it
you what,
benefit you? I mean,
I'm
even if
getting ready to. I'm getting ready to form. I was talking to my boy last night. I'm getting ready to form a group. I'm sick and tired of this shit. I'm getting ready to get some niggas together. We getting ready to form a group to combat all of these other groups. Because I look at it this way. At this point, I'm a faction buster. I don't want none of you around. I don't give a fuck about how you feel about anything. As far as I'm concerned, you're an enemy to black people. I'm on some Wyatt Earp shit right about now. There was a part in a movie called Tombstone, right? Where Wyatt Earp said, from now on, when I see a man wearing a red sash, I kill a man wearing it. I'm on some shit like that right about now. But it comes down to these factions. From now on, when I hear a motherfucker that's a part of one of these punk ass factions, I'm gonna try my best to send your ass to your fucking destruction. See, because here it is. You're only tough to people who don't fight back. You ain't so motherfucking bad when somebody got just enough guts to put their foot in your ass. See, I don't want none of you motherfuckers around. Blue pill, green pill, all of you can go to hell as far as I'm concerned. Because you are enemy to black people. You are anti-black. You are anti-black family. You're anti-black child. You're anti-black woman. You're anti-black man. You're anti-black, period. I don't want none of you motherfuckers around. I don't give a fuck about your plight. I don't give a damn about how you see life. As far as I'm concerned, you ain't no different than the KKK. You're no different than the Aryan Nation. You're no different than the pagans. You're no different than white supremacists. You're all the same as far as I'm concerned. What is a black man doing? Taking up arms against his own fucking people and creating a hate group against his own goddamn people. That ain't no black man. That's an enemy. And what? We supposed to feel sorry for you because some of you got played out by some women? We supposed to feel sorry for you because some of you awkward motherfuckers. And that's what this is about. A lot of this is about women. That's what it's
now
about.
that's all it's about. It's about women.
Man,
It ain't nothing else. Ain't nothing else going on. It's about women. It's all about women. It it it'd be different if it was about, okay, we can't get no jobs, so we're gonna form a group to help black men get jobs. Okay, I'd be fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be okay if it was like, help with the court system, whatever court issues that you have. I'd be fine with that. But no, it's about women. It's all about women. And to me, it's like, dude, I can you think about something else? Anything. Something you got bigger problems than your black women. The black women on the whole
I
is
don't,
not your enemy.
I don't even know what the problem is. It's not hard to get a black woman. It's not hard to have a black girlfriend. I don't know what the fuck wrong with you guys, man. You guys running around here talking about women. There's so many beautiful black women out here that are available. I don't get it. Hell, you can fucking put an ad in the goddamn newspaper and get a woman. I don't understand what the problem is. It can't be because you can't get a woman. If it is because you can't get a woman, then you may as well go fucking bury yourself or something, man. Because as a man, you shouldn't have a problem getting a woman. And if it's that bad, you got brothers out here who can help give you some game, help you learn a few things, so that you can have a decent relationship. You shouldn't be running around here giving up on life and turning against your own people because you're having a hard time finding a girlfriend. That's stupid. I don't want to hear shit about, well, you got played and all that. We all been played. I've been played. We all been played. That's the name of the game. We all get played. Everybody done got played at some point or another in their life, bro. It's about how you deal with it. Apparently, you niggas don't know how to deal with it.
You know, and they don't have nobody to help them deal with it. All they have people do is just to feed off their pain. And
Listen,
then it's just like, and that's it. It's just somebody to feed
look,
off their pain, either because they had the same pain or they're trying to make some
listen.
money off of it.
If you come in here and you say, okay, look, I got played out. Even if you didn't want to talk on air, we can talk in the back chat, okay? And you say, look, I got played out. I don't know what the fuck going on. I ain't got no problem helping a nigga out. But don't come on here expecting somebody to treat you like a big ass baby because you got played out. I understand life is hard sometimes. Sometimes dealing with women is tough. Women are complicated. Not saying it's easy sometimes, but it is very possible and very easy to have successful relationships with women. You just got to change a few things about yourself. You got to develop a few things about yourself. It's okay if you don't know that or you got caught in an environment to where you didn't have a father to teach you and you're a grown man now and you still don't know what the fuck's going on. All right. Say that. Look, man, I don't know what the fuck's going on. All right, no problem. You got brothers out here that's more than happy to give you some game. I'm talking about some real niggas, not these old punk ass motherfuckers with this dating shit. Because all they want to do is make money off you. They don't give a fuck about whether you can get women or not. They just want to make money off you. I'm talking about some real brothers, some old school cats that you can sit down, play a game of chess with, and have a conversation about life and about women. Them type of brothers who've been doing it for a long time, they can give you some real shit. And they won't even charge you. They won't charge you no money. Go find one of these elder brothers sitting in the park. Well, I don't know about, well, it's different now because of the pandemic. You ain't got too many people out anymore. But you need to go find one of these elder brothers in their 60s, 70s, you know, and kick some game with them. Have conversations with them. They can tell you some real shit. You guys need to learn about women, man. 40, 50 years old, running around here acting like little babies and shit, and think that we supposed to feel sorry for you because you got played out. Nobody don't feel sorry for you. We all got played out. We all got to deal with our problems. Everybody got their own demons to fight. Ain't nobody got time to be fighting your demons. You got to fight your own demons. But ain't nobody gonna sit up here and deal with you downgrading their women. I got women in my life that I love dearly. I ain't gonna let you hurt them in any kind of way. I don't give a fuck how you feel. Nigga, you better learn how to deal with life before somebody take it away from you.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Especially like you said with this internet, it's like you can't, you can't. It's not like you can reach out and touch people anymore. It's like they can hide behind the avatar, and it's yeah, it's sad because if they would just go to talk we had actual. I mean, and the thing is, we do have men who can talk to these guys. It's just that when they do talk, they get shut down. They've been called simps, weak. Oh, you're
No,
compromised.
I want to take a bro speak. No, okay, I
Yeah,
don't mean easy like that. Like it's easy to get y'all in bed. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't mean that black women are easy and they give it up and all that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about it's easy to build positive relations with black women. I'm talking about a process. Build up positive relations. There's a lot of black women out here you can introduce yourself to, build up a friendship with, build up some positive relations, and then put something together that way. I'm not saying that it's easy to get y'all in bed. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a brother put some work in. It's easy to go out here, meet black women, talk to them, build up some positive relations. I talk to black women all the time. It's easy to
yeah.
have conversations with them. I talk to black women in places just about everywhere I go. It's easy to strike up a conversation, talk to them, become friends with them. That's not hard to do.
Hell,
Get to
I
know.
mean, I've had coworkers, black women, and when I'm not even trying to have a conversation, they want to have a conversation with you.
Exactly.
It's like, wait. I'm like, I'm just, hey, hey, what's
I
good?
can go carry.
I'm like,
I can go carry a conversation with an angry black woman. One y'all keep saying is angry. I can go have a conversation with her.
oh, those are fun.
They're some of the
they,
easiest women to
they are
talk to.
fun. Just they're fun to have
I'm
conversations.
serious. The one with the mean mug on their face, they're some of the easiest women to talk to. Y'all just scared because you see that angry look on their face. You scared to approach her. They some of the easiest women to talk to. As a matter of fact, some of them talk the most.
Yes, they do, man. I remember one of my supervisors. She'd be classified as an angry black woman. Man, the stories she used to tell, I'd be dying laughing.
You know what? I'm glad you brought that up. Let's talk about this so-called angry black woman. Now, I've seen a lot of angry women, not just black women. There's angry white women too. I'm
Hmm.
not sure why nobody's calling Becky an angry white woman because Becky is flat out crazy. All right, so you got an angry Asian woman too. Asian women are angry. I've seen Asian women walking around here with scowls on their face.
Yep,
I remember.
man.
Remember when they had? Remember when the VCR was out
Yeah.
and the Chinese people had all these VCR stores where you can get VCR movies from?
Hmm.
I used to go to a couple of them, and the women in there, they was always angry. So this thing about the black woman being angry, all right, let's take a look at it. You got no infrastructure to speak of because the black men ain't built shit. You
Right.
don't have any schools that you built that we can send our children to where they're not
Hmm.
subject to fucking riddling, getting shot up with fucking drugs because some white woman say that our children are hyperactive. So you don't have any schools to protect our children. You haven't built those. Y'all keep running around here talking about these HBCUs that are funded by white folks, but you haven't built any black schools to protect our children. So the black woman is upset about that because there is no schools built by black men to protect our children and guard our children from these white people who run experiments on them like they're guinea pigs. Then you haven't built any places of gainful employment for black people. So now we're subject to all of these jobs that are owned by either foreigners or whites, and we got to conform to their policies. And their policies are meant to degrade black people, such as cut your locks, cut your hair. You can't look this way. You can't look that way. You got to come in with a wig on. You got to get a weave. The black woman got to look like a white woman to get along in corporate America. So you built no places of gainful employment to where she is protected from all of these policies that degrade black people. So you've done nothing there. Let's go to housing. You guys keep complaining about welfare. She's keep getting money from white zaddy, but you built no housing for her. There is no housing that you built for her where she can nest in the environment and don't have to rely on the government. So here it is. You built no schools to protect our children. You built no places of gainful employment, and you built no housing. But you're saying that she's angry. She's angry because she has to go and conform to foreigners and white people because her black men have made nothing for her. Every other race of woman can say that there's something that they men built for them. The Chinese man got a whole infrastructure for his woman. The white man has an entire fucking infrastructure in the wonderland for his white woman. Every other race of man has a wonderland that he built for his women and children. You have nothing. You've built nothing. And your woman is at the at the mercy of everyone else.
Yeah, and even with the housing, they still got to conform to whatever that housing standards. It's not like they get these like 5-star houses or apartments. They got to conform to wherever those apartments, or they're subjugated to wherever those apartments or housing standards are, and if they don't meet them, they get kicked out the program.
I'm
So
not sure.
it's not. There's nothing. So like you said, and the thing about the hair and stuff like that, I really, until women really told me that, I really didn't even take that in consideration until come in here and listen to the ladies talk about the hair part, and to see, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that black women
Well,
got
we
to go
don't.
through
Well,
on
we
these
don't
jobs.
take that right. We don't take that seriously because many of us don't understand the nature of women, right? Women like to look
Right.
pretty. Women like to look
Mm-hmm.
pretty. They're women, right? So
Right.
what they got working for them is their looks, their body, right? Their appearance. That's pretty much what makes them up. That's what they got working for them. So the hair is going to be very important. It's going to be very important to them. It's not important to us because we're men. We don't give a shit. We go to work, overalls, boots. We handle business. We don't give a damn about what the hair looks. We might get a cut or whatever, but we try to make money. We're focused on something completely different, right? Women are different. Women are focused on their looks. They're focused on how they look. That's their thing.
Yeah.
So it's a big deal if they got to change their hair or not. That's a big deal to them,
Y-
right?
Yeah, especially to
So
fit a
right,
certain style.
right. And so you don't see Becky going nowhere having to change the way she looked because her man makes sure that everywhere she goes, he controls. So
Right.
Becky can be who the fuck she want to be. That Chinese woman can go and wear her hair all the way down to the fucking floor because everywhere she goes, she works in the environment that her man created. The Spanish woman works in an environment that her man created. She ain't got to change shit. You notice that they don't
Mhm.
ask other people, other foreign people, to change their looks.
Nope. But
Okay,
for the
because
black
they come
woman,
from a situation to where their men got some power and done built some shit, and they can tell the white man, look, fuck you, nothing, my woman ain't changing shit, and she ain't got to work for you.
yep.
Black man can't do that. You
Mm-mm.
can't tell the
No.
white man, fuck you, my woman ain't got to work for you, she can come work for me. She can be, she ain't, you can't say that. So when you look at other foreign races of women, they don't come from a situation to where they're not used to being taken care of by their men. The black woman can't even get in that conversation because she's come from a standpoint to where she's not being used to being taken care of by their men, and their men haven't built anything for them.
Mm-hmm.
So the black woman really don't know what it's like to go into an environment created by black men and be herself and not have to worry about conforming to white policy or foreign policy.
Yeah, and and then even they have a black man that does own this business, she's still taking that what she learned from those other businesses and bringing it to him. So it it takes her a while to be okay with his leadership, if at all. But that's coming from, again, that black women not used to being in an environment where black men control, like especially in a work environment where a black man is the owner, the CEO, he's running it, and she could be comfortable in her own skin.
Yeah.
So it's like we complain about the problem, but the problem is it's like she can't feel comfortable in her own skin, and even I had to take time to kind of understand that, I had to
And
kind of, and when you don't when you don't understand it, yeah, you're just looking at her just angry for you saying, why is she angry? I didn't do nothing. Well, no, you probably
you're angry
didn't, but
because you're angry because she's tired of hearing these foreign women talk about being taken care of. She can't even get in
mhm,
that conversation. Here's another thing too, right? One of the reasons why you're having a hard time getting respect from her, right? Because you don't own and control nothing. Every time she turns around, she sees something owned by either a foreign man or a white man. That's the
right,
world that she live in. There's no black world that you created for her. Where can she go and say that this whole area is owned and controlled by black people and she can feel good about being a black woman? Where's that
right.
at? You haven't built that, you haven't established that. So you're not a leader, you're not anybody in this world to be taken seriously. So you pretty much done fed her to the lions. And so by doing that, you basically told her that you're not in her corner, that you don't support her, and you don't care about what happens to her because you built nothing for her. So your respect has gone out the window. There's no need
Yeah,
to respect you because you've given her no reason to respect you, and you have nothing to show her that she should respect you. You see, back in the day, when I was growing up, the black men pretty much owned and ran the neighborhood. There was no foreigners we didn't have foreign businesses in my neighborhood. They came years later. But when I was growing up, I didn't see no foreign business. The green grocer was owned by a black man. Every store that I went to in my neighborhood was owned by somebody black, even if that person was Haitian or Jamaican or African. I saw black faces when I went into the local stores and eateries. There were black faces that owned those places. Now, eventually, they got gentrified out later on, years later. But when I was growing up, I saw black faces. They were the bakery on the corner, Gus Bakery. He was black. The restaurant around the corner, they were all black. We even had little small department stores in the neighborhood that sold clothes. They were black. The shoemaker was black. They had shoemakers back then. They had tailors back then. They were all black. The black man, he was running the entire community. So the black women back then, right, they respected the men. It was easy for the black man to get respect from the black woman because every time she stepped outside the door in her environment, the black man owned and ran everything in the environment. We didn't see no foreigners in I didn't see no Chinese people in my environment. We didn't have a Chinese restaurant. That came that came a long time later. With no Chinese restaurant in my neighborhood growing up. We didn't have none of that. All of the eateries were owned by black folks. So the black man was running shit. And the black women had a different attitude. They respected that black man because he was the leader. And mostly all of the black men in the neighborhood owned their own houses. They owned those houses. They worked on those houses. Matter of fact, they worked on each other's houses. So, and a lot of black women worked in the community. They worked at the grocery stores. They worked at the bars because the black men owned bars, right? Now, I'm not saying it was corporate America, but it was gainful employment that the black woman could engage in and be herself. There was gainful employment in the neighborhood. She didn't have to go downtown to white corporate America. She can work in her own community, make $600 a week, which was big money back then. A lot of black men owned bars. They owned speakeasies. They owned groceries, restaurants, which was packed with a lot of black female employment. So she can get a job. No, they weren't skyscrapers, but they were legitimate businesses that was earning money and that the black woman can make an honest living with. And she respected that. And she was happy with that. Now you don't see that nowhere. You ain't even got that now. You don't let your neighborhood get gentrified. Then ran all of the black business owners is out. The foreigners done took over the local eateries, turned them into mockery chicken joints. You understand what I'm saying? So all of the gainful employment is gone. She can't go down the street. I remember, man, it used to be so easy for black women to walk down the street and get a job and work at some place a black man owned. And sometimes the place was owned by a black man and a black woman. They can go down the street and be a waitress for a couple of days and make $200 or $300. Then go to the green grocery, be a cashier, make $200 or $300. There were jobs in the community. They didn't even have to go that far. And the men owned the houses that they lived in. My father owned his house. He owned the house that we grew up in. They didn't have to worry about getting put on the street. So there was housing and there was employment. You don't have that anymore.
No. And I'm coming from the 80s, and when I saw the change in the neighborhoods and where all these Chinese restaurants came in, these Mexican restaurants came in, and then I was looking at my old neighborhood where I grew up as a child. Man, it's totally different.
And I would tell you something else, right? She didn't have that look on her face that she has now. You didn't see black women back then sitting on their porches with these angry scowls on their faces. A lot of them sat on the porch was drinking lemonade, cackling, talking with their friends. There was a lot of smiles in the neighborhood because their man was running shit. So they were comfortable. The men was running shit. They was building shit. Hell, on my block, the block I grew up on, Dwight, Man, we had a little bit of everything. We had mechanics, we had welders, we had electricians on the block, plumbers. You couldn't even turn nobody's lights off because if the state turned your light off, motherfucker go right back and turn your lights right back on. You couldn't turn off nobody's heat, and motherfucker go turn it right back on. We had men that could do damn near everything. If your car broke down, we had mechanics right there on the block. They had your car back up and running in no time. You didn't even have to go to no goddamn garage. They can fix your car right there on the street. If you have problems with your plumbing, we have plumbers on the block. Possibly make a phone call. Yo, man, come up here and take this out. Next thing you know, one of the brothers down the street come up the block, fix your plumbing problem. We had cats that could fix boilers. Because back then we had boilers because we had those tanks under the bottom where they put oil in. They fix your boilers. There was nothing they couldn't do. All that's gone now. And now you wonder why the black woman is upset.
Yeah, I mean, and not only are the women upset, even the kids are upset. You know, because they don't have nothing to fall back on, and you know they pretty much on their own. And it's, you know,
I can build stuff right now. I know how to build stuff because I learned how to build shit with my pops. Every weekend, my pops held shop. Me and my brothers were in the backyard, in the basement, learning how to do something. We were cutting plywood. We were using circular saws. We were hammering nails. We were learning how to build something every weekend. We were learning how to run wire. We were learning how to do this. My father was teaching us about the boilers and how to fix this and how to fix that. Every weekend, you spend at least 2 hours with your pops learning before you went out in the street and hung out with your boys. Every weekend, and it was every father on the block had their sons with them for at least 2 hours on the weekend doing some work and learning how to do stuff. We was in somebody's shed every weekend, somebody's backyard, learning how to fix cars, learning how to, lay sheetrock, learning how to lay brick, learning how to fix electronic things, learning how to do. I mean, every weekend. It never failed. My pops get us up early in the goddamn morning. Come on, we got work to do. You don't even know what's going on because he ain't told you about nothing all week. You think that you get ready to sleep in late because he ain't got no school. He get up at 7 in the morning because he got a whole lot of work to do. That got to be done. He got a lot of fixing that got to be done. Doors got to be fixed. So we spent time working with our fathers 2-3 hours, fixing doors, fixing windows, learning how to do this, learning how to do that, building this, cutting wood, fixing the porches. And sometimes we went over to a neighbor's house and helped them work on. Sometimes when all of the work was done in our house, we went down the street to our neighbors' houses and helped them work on shit. That's the way it was. Man, my first job as a young man was given to me by somebody on my block. I worked in my neighborhood before I ever worked for a business. I was working for people in my neighborhood at the age of 10, 11 years old. I was in the neighborhood cleaning yards, cleaning up backyards, taking out garbage, and making $40, $50. Working for my neighbors. One thing I loved about it back then, the neighbors, the fathers, they put the kids to work. And they made and you made $40 or $50 cleaning up the front yard, cleaning up the backyard, moving this, moving that, helping them take out old stuff and throw it away, help them fix it. You made $40 or $50. They put the kids to work in the neighborhood. We didn't have time to be standing around all corners getting in trouble. We had work to do. Black Lives Matter. Lipsy Hustle. You want to come on up here and talk about that? Let me put the link in the chat. Come on up here and tell us about this Black Lives Matter and Black Wives Matter and all this other nonsense. And so, like I was saying, right, we had work to do. The fathers put us to work. They kept their boys busy. They kept all the boys in the neighborhood busy. We knew how to use tools. We knew how to fix stuff. I mean, one time the fire hydrant got stripped. We didn't even need the fire department to come out. The fathers went out there and sent their boys out there to fix the fire hydrant. No, that's not what that is, Lipsy Hustle. That's the fist inside of a star. It's got nothing to do with communism. No, that's not. I don't know. No. No, it's not a communist star, bro. You're reaching. It's not a communist star, bro. You're reaching. I don't need to Google it because I know what it is. I know what it symbolizes. It's not a communist. Matter of fact, if it was communism, they probably would have blocked this channel by now for hate speech.
Isn't that
I don't
isn't that star is red? That star is their star is red. It ain't golden. So I don't know.
And who are you anyway?
No, the jacket is red, the star is gold, and the fist is brown.
The Democrats are communists. Oh boy, here we go with this shit. Man, don't you guys ever stop? Y'all don't have nothing better than. Oh boy.
Does it just mean you're getting a lot more trolls?
Yeah, we getting a lot. Yeah, we getting. They are devoted.
I'm like, wow. I'm like, where is these people coming from?
I don't know, man. The thing about it is, I don't mind if you have a difference of opinion and you want to come in here and say, "Hey, I disagree." Hey, we cool with that. We invite that. Come on in, and if you disagree with us, man, we're more than happy to have you on the panel. We can have a discussion about it. Don't come in here with this nonsense, man. If you got something legitimate you want to talk about, if you say, "Hey, Max," or somebody, look, I disagree. I think this is not fine. Come on up here and disagree. We have no issue with that. We don't have a problem with you having a disagreement. We can have that discussion. We don't tell people that you come in here and you got to agree with everything we say. We're not telling anybody that. You're more than what if you have a disagreement, if you heard something that we said that you don't agree with and you want to talk about it, come hey, by all means. The link is in the chat. Come on up and we'll have a discussion. But just don't come in here acting stupid like that. Yeah, these goddamn fucking trolls, man. Like, get a life, man.
Yeah, I did a live stream a couple of days ago. I had one of those guys up there. Like, I just entertain it. I'm like, okay, bro. I'm like, it's okay.
Yeah, but like I was saying, Spree, we had a lot of things. The fathers back then were on point, man, because a lot of them fathers came from the old South too, to where they grew up on farms, so they're used to working with their hands, right? They had a lot of skills, and those skills were vital. They passed those skills down. Like right now, I can build my own. I can build my own porch if I want to. I learned that from my father. I can do it in wood or brick. It don't matter. I learned that from my father. Fathers taught their sons skills. My father said, man, you need to learn have skills in this world to feed yourself. My father had this old saying, skills pay the bills. Father was a country boy. Skills pay the bills. That's what his saying used to be. Skills pay the bills. Son, the more you know, the more skillful you become, the better off you'd be. My father could fix cars. He knew how to lay brick. He was also a carpenter. He can weld. He knew a little bit of electrician. He can do a little plumbing. And if he couldn't do it, one of his boys knew how to do it. Make a quick phone call to somebody on the block. Hey, come up here, do this. They'd be right on it. They all knew how to do stuff. And they all worked. I'll tell you, the coolest thing I ever seen was all of them worked on each other's houses. Nobody ever had to call an outside contractor. I never seen a vehicle from an outside contractor on the block unless it was OSHA who was coming in to take a look at some of these tanks or try to figure out what was going on with some of these tanks that were underground. That's the only thing I've seen. I've never seen an outside contractor come in about anything. They didn't need one. They all knew how to do shit. Like I said, you couldn't even cut nobody's lights out on my block. Because as soon as if somebody didn't pay their light bill and they couldn't afford it, they turn their lights out. As soon as they leave, somebody come right back up the street and turn the lights right back on. So, there was a lot we knew how to do. But that a lot of people from the South had education also. My grandfather's, man, what is it with this? Why do y'all think because somebody don't mention education that means automatically that somebody's stupid? Why y'all think that? Why y'all so afraid of the word education? As soon as you don't hear somebody mention education, y'all automatically think that the person is illiterate or dumb, don't you? Wow, where these niggas come from? Who the hell is this? Flu Klux Klan?
I don't know. What is this? These names? I mean, I said, especially with the first one, Lipsy Hustle. I was like, okay, that sounds like a troll. I had this one.
I didn't get away
Good
with
job.
these names, man.
I don't know.
People ain't blocking these names and shit.
I don't. I don't. I don't know,
Yeah.
man. I don't get the trolling. I'm like,
You know, other thing,
I don't get.
so to speak, one thing I really miss too, man, is spending time with my pops and just learning, man. My pops teaching, where you teaching me and my brothers, we're learning how to either, measure drywall or, mix mortar for bricks. Just that time that you have with your father, and you're sitting there and he's teaching. He's showing you how to use tools. He's showing you to how to use certain tools for the job, which is very important. Choosing proper tools for the job. Then just teaching you things, and he's watching you work and he's guiding you. Okay, put the brick this way, put the mortar that way. Do 1/4 mortar over here, 1/4 mortar over here. Do a half mix over here. Okay, where's your level? Make sure your bricks are level. Put your level here. I mean, I still remember these instructions like they were yesterday. And as a young boy, my brother, we're working and we got our tool belts on. Our father's standing there with his hand folded, instructing us. He's making us do the work, but he's instructing us as we go along. You understand what I'm saying? And you just miss those kind of times, man, with your pops. You know, learning these kinds of things, and that's something else that we're missing. Where are the fathers who are spending time with their boys, teaching them things, having them work on things, instructing them? Where is that? We're missing that. Hell, I miss that now as a grown man. I wish my pops was still here and we can go and work on some stuff together. You know what I'm saying? I miss that even now.
Yeah, and yeah, like my dad taught me some things, but he didn't teach me like because my dad knew how to do cars to a point, and that's the one thing he really didn't teach me. And he talking about like saving money. He did teach me about that,
Mm-hmm.
but like stuff like skills like that, like fixing a car, stuff like that around the house, he didn't really teach me that because he was too busy, chasing women.
Mm-hmm.
And so some of the stuff that that I it would have been beneficial to me as a man, I didn't really get that from my father. So, it's like I had to kind of learn that on my own. And then, my ex father-in-law, though, he some other things that, about how to, be more of a husband. I learned that from him. I didn't learn that from my father.
Right.
So, it and it does affect, it just it affects everything, every aspect of you being a man. Because if your father's not teaching you these things, you you're gonna learn it somewhere, you you're gonna sometimes you're gonna learn it from the wrong person. And that, and I think that's where a lot of these guys getting that information. They're getting it from the wrong people, and they're still searching for that, that father figure. And that's why the manosphere was getting so, you know, was created initially because these guys are looking for father figures, trying to teach them things that they didn't get from when they were children. And
Yeah, but here's the
unfortunately, they
problem with
ran
that,
into the
though.
wrong people.
Yeah, see, that would be good if that's what the manosphere was about.
Right.
If you are about if you are about doing that, if you're about trying to fill the gap, okay, and you're trying to teach these boys right, then I'm all for that. But that's not what you're doing. You out here teaching these boys. I saw a podcast where they had 9 dudes on the panel, And all they did for about 4 or 5 hours was talk about how much they hated their black mothers.
Yeah,
And they
and that's
encouraged and they were encouraging young brothers. Not old, they was encouraging young brothers to come on that panel and talk about how much they hated their black mothers. And I had a serious, serious problem with that podcast. Serious, serious problem. And that podcast went on for about 3 or 4 hours. And they kept getting different boys to come up there talking about how much they hated their mothers.
okay. Yeah, that's really tragic. Thank
You
goodness I
see,
didn't
that's
listen to
what
that one. I would have cut that shit off. Like, what the
see. My thing is
man?
just here, right? The men that I learned from growing up, they didn't hate women, right? And the women loved them because these were men of means, these were men of integrity, these were hardworking men, these were men that the women can go to, and they would get shit done. Like for a long time, my mother didn't have to even buy any furniture because we had guys on the block that were so good that were master carpenters. They can build furniture like you see in the stores. My mother wanted an armoire. My father had one built for her. She wanted a dresser drawer. My father had one built for her. Didn't cost her a dime. These guys were good. They can do anything, you know. And we don't have that anymore. I mean, the men was truly there for the women to rely on. When you got that kind of male leadership in your community, you ain't gonna get no women acting. There was no women acting out in the community. I didn't see none of that. There was no women flying or floating around, dumping on this dude and that dude and having babies. There wasn't none of that going on. You didn't see no women in the street acting out like that because the way they had that community set up, it was a certain kind of behavior that was tolerated and what wasn't tolerated in that community because the men had standards in that community. And if those standards was broken, hell would have to be paid. And I'm telling you, those brothers were so tight. If you was in that neighborhood fucking up, they will run you out of that community. Seriously, you will have to move out of that community. They will cut you off in that community. Everybody will stop. They will run you out of that community. You will be excommunicated out of it because the men in that community was not going to allow any kind of corruption to mess up that community. I seen that happen on a block 2 streets down from me, where some dude was acting out, living on the block, and he was doing some wild shit, trying to mess with people's daughters and stuff like that. They ended up running that nigga out of the goddamn community. They protected that community, and like I said, there were standards. Like when the father came home at a certain time, he wanted his girls in the house. So by the time he came home, there was nobody on the street. No, his daughters wasn't out in the front yard. None of that shit was going on. And the men had that kind of respect because of who they were and what they did. And the women relied on them, and the women knew that they was there to provide the things that were needed. And so the women went with the program. They got in line. They went with the program. My mother went to my father for everything. Every time he turned around, George, 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 George. And he handled it. And in return, she fell in line. She never challenged my father. She never disrespect. I've never seen my mother disrespect my father or challenge my father. Never. Never got in his face, never pointed her finger in his face, none. She respected the hell out of the man. And back there, women, they fell in line. Like I said, the men ran the whole community. The women fell in line. Wouldn't no women acting out, wouldn't no women twerking in the street, wouldn't no women doing no black female fucking, with none of that shit going on. They fell in line because the men had their shit together. When we had an event on the block and the men would do certain things, the women automatically did other things. They automatically knew what their role was. Nobody had to say anything to them. Nobody had to ask them nothing. If it was like freaking frack, right? If the men did one thing, the women did another thing in support. They always did things in support of what the men were doing. They never did anything, right, that did not support what the men were doing. That's the kind of community that I come from. That's the kind of community that I was raised in. So I know for a fact it works. I've seen it work. If the men got their act together, the women will fall in line. And you won't have none of this shit that y'all talking about right now. And again, the fathers were active in their boys' life. So you didn't have derelict little boys running around disrespecting people, not having no respect for life, throwing rocks in people's windows, pissing on people's cars, and all that. Our fathers will break their foot off in our asses if we did some shit like that. So we had decent young men in the neighborhoods that the fathers didn't mind courting their daughters because their fathers was raising these boys. And no father wanted their daughter messing with some little fast ass bum. And they used to tell us all the time, look, don't grow up to be no bum. A bum ain't good for nobody. A man got to be able to protect his family. A man got to be able to provide for his family. Teach your boys, teach your sons. Protect your women and children. Protect your home. These are the things that we was taught all the time. Constantly. If it wasn't by my father, it was somebody else's father down the street. There was nowhere in the neighborhood that we can go to where we didn't get this kind of teaching. The teaching was all in the community with just about every father on the block. It was like they all had the same fucking handbook that they was reading from. There was nowhere in the neighborhood that we can go where we did not get taught. And even and check this out. Even the mothers, right? They would run us out the house. Hey, listen, go down there, go out there with your father. The mothers would run you out of the house. Go out there, your father in the backyard. Go out there with your father. The mothers encouraged you to be with your father because they knew that the father was going to teach you right. We get up in the morning, Pop's out there in the backyard doing something. We're like, where you at? Go out there with your father. Go out there see what your father doing. Go work with your father. Go help your father. The mothers encouraged the boys to be with the fathers.
Yep. Even my mother, even when my mother and my mother and my father separated, and my father didn't have a very high opinion of my mother, and that's saying it lightly. she still encouraged me to talk to my father, call my father, if I needed something, if she couldn't do it, go to my father. And that's just how she was taught, because her family, they were more, you know, they were more tight knit group, even though, my grandfather was kind of, he was something else. But she always had other family members, other men and women in her family that, she can go to. And so there was still that teaching, you go to the father. But now, like you said, we don't have that no more. The mothers, they be doing the opposite. They were trying to keep their kids from the father, and probably
Because
for good reason, because
these
he's
guys
not
are
really
bums.
teaching another.
These guys are bums, man. And listen, the
Yeah.
mothers can't even turn like they can't even tell their boys to go out there with their fathers anymore because now they don't know if the boy's going to be molested. They don't know if the
Hmm.
father's half crazy. They don't know what's
Hmm.
going on no more. And the thing about it is that used to be the mother's go-to move, right? That was her go-to move. Hey, go out there with your pops. Your pops in the backyard. Go with your father. Go see what your father's doing. He out there working. Go work with your father. Go learn something. Run you out of the damn house. So she can go with the girls, work in the house. They do their girl thing. You out there with your pops, learning, kicking it with your pops. My first beer, my father, I used to love hanging with my father because me and my brothers, because he would go and get us some beer after we did some work around the house or did some things or whatever. Man, we sit back at night and out of the sight of the mothers and whatnot. Man, my father gives you your first beer. You hung out with my pops and his friends, and we had a little beer. Man, it was the shit. Now, being with the pops, your father was really cool back then. You hanging with your pops, man. Y'all having a little bit. Y'all just did a job. He give you a little first can of beer. But you only had one can. You couldn't have more than one can, right? But hell, man, you sat there with your pops talking, kicking it, and you drinking the beer. You feel like a little man. You hanging with your pops and his boys, and y'all having a beer after you done did a hard day's work. You done did some things. And now y'all sitting back, got a cold beer, sitting around talking and laughing and drinking a cold beer with your pops. Man, that was the shit, bro. It don't get no better than that. You know what I'm saying? You having a beer with your pops. You know, one can was the limit though. Couldn't have no more than one can, depending on how old you were. But one can was the limit. You know, but if you were older, like my brother Bobby was the oldest, so he was able to get two cans. He had two beers. You know what I'm saying? Now depending on how young you were, you wouldn't get none at all. You know what I'm saying? But if you was old enough, he'd give you one can of beer. So here you go, son. This is your first beer. And man, you felt, man, you was heck, man. Let me tell you something. That was the shit. You sitting there, man, feeling like a little man. You with your pops, man. You drinking a cold beer. Y'all just got finished building something. Y'all just got finished doing something, and now y'all sitting back chilling. At the end of the day, you done handled your business. Now y'all having a cold one. Man, that was all, yo. Shit, man, that's where it was at, bro. I miss those days, man. You felt like a man. You sitting there with grown men, your pops, his boys, all y'all just did y'all thing. Y'all done built something, or you done fixed something, or you done did your work for the day, and now you just sitting around with the men, learning how to be a man. You know what I'm saying? They on some real man shit now. Now you got your first cold one, and you feel welcome. You feel now that you're growing up. You know, you learning how to be a man now. You got your cold one with your pops and his boys, and they're talking about life, and you're listening. You're sitting there having your little beer, trying to be a grown man, right? Like listening, and you, as a boy, you want to drink the whole beer by yourself, like all at once, but you learn to just hold it, just sip on it, and just sit there and listen to all of the camaraderie. Man, the shit was off the hook, bro. It was off the hook, man. And then if you got drunk off the one beer, you know what I'm saying, your pops made fun of you. You know what I mean? Yo, man, it was just shit, man. I'm telling you, man, it's nothing like having a father, man. There's just no substitute for it. You know, I mean, those days, man, we got to get back to that, man. We got to get back to that. Shit, I'm sitting up here feeling some kind of way now. So I'm going back in time, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have that now. That now they worry about they're gonna get the boy drunk, and
That was the
oh
funny
man,
part, right? Because when you get drunk, your pops made fun of you. You know, that that was a good. So when you got your beer, right? So you said to yourself, right? Like you talked about, "No, I ain't getting drunk. Man, watch you get drunk. Now, I ain't getting drunk. I ain't getting drunk. You tried your best not to get drunk. That shit,
yeah,
we had a lot of fun, man. You know, it was a lot of fun. And then you had to try to hide it from your mother, right? Like it possibly like, okay, now make sure when you go past your mama, make sure you walk straight. You know what I'm saying? So she don't see that you that shit, yo, I'm telling you, dog, that yo, man, that was the shit, man. That was the shit, you know. And then your mother catch you like, what's wrong with him? Oh well, the boy a little tired, you know what I'm saying? He be all right. You
he little
know?
tired. He little tired. Yeah,
Yeah, he was a little tired. We had him working today. He's gonna put some water in his face. He'd be all right. You know what I mean? That shit was funny, man. You know, yup, my first can of beer, Miller. My father was a Miller man. He loved him some Miller. He ain't fuck with the Bud, man. He thought Bud tastes like rusty water. You know what I'm saying? He was a Miller man. Miller beer. That was before they called it Miller Jack. That's when they had the gold cans, the gold and blue cans back then, with the big word Miller on it in blue letters. And the can was gold. Yeah, we go get a case of Miller. Had that fucking that igloo ice chest in the back filled with ice. Put that beer in there. By the time we can put some ice in there, we start working. By the time we got finished working, that beer was nice and cold. My father be like, "Okay, I'm proud of you guys. Did a good job today. Come on over here." He passed out a beer. And if we was too young, he wouldn't give you a whole can. Like, if I he would give you like a little cup and put a little bit in the cup. He wouldn't give you a whole can by yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it depends on how old you were. You know, if you was too young, he'd give you a soda or something. But if it was young, he'd give you a little like whatever until you felt that you can take a can. Now like my older brothers, they always had their own can. So I didn't get my first can until I was like what 14, 13, 14. I got my first can and shit. Up until that, I was just drinking out of a cup. But my older brothers, they had their own can and shit. Man, we sitting back there in the chairs talking, and then the older guys, they talk about life, they talk about women, they talk about money, talk about cars, just typical things that men talked about, and we just sitting back there drinking. You know, that was the good old days, bro. They ain't got that no
yeah. I
more.
mean, yeah, and it's sad.
Yeah.
It kind of remind me of my dad that the one thing he did do with me, we used to go fishing, and we didn't do it a lot, but when we did, we go talk about different things, you know, and that's when we really, connect. Was like when going fishing and stuff like that. But it's sad because a lot of boys don't have that no more. They can't. You can't even trust some of these dudes to be with the kids because like you were saying, your father wasn't trying to get you drunk, but if it happened, he gonna make fun of you.
Yeah.
Now you can't. These dudes will intentionally try to get these boys drunk or high or give them all kinds of stupid stuff. I'm like, you don't even know if you might have him messing with some crackhead woman
Yeah.
now.
See,
It's
yeah.
just like,
See, see, I don't know what that's about. I mean, I don't. I know guys who gave their son weed. I'm against that. Like, nah, we're not doing the drug thing. I mean, the beer is one thing, but now you talking about smoking weed and all that. I don't know about all that, bro. You know, I ain't not. Nah, I wouldn't. That's too far as far as I'm concerned. You don't want your son mess with any kind of drugs. I don't care if you think weed is harmless or not. You don't. I know cats who gave their son weed, bro. I'm like, what you do that for? He can handle it. Man, are you crazy? Like, don't you know they be lacing this weed with this, and that? I mean, what you giving your son weed for, bro? Like I said, a beer is one thing, but weed and all that, nah, that's some other. Now you tripping. You
yeah,
know,
but that's what they be thinking of doing nowadays. I'm like, man, especially now in
nah,
in
because
2021, I wouldn't touch no kind of drugs because they be lacing
yeah,
it with all kinds, mixing it with stuff, man.
see, back then it was like a rite of passage, right? Like, okay, you working with your pops, you done did some man stuff. Now you learned how to build something, you learned how to fix something. It was the rite of passage. You sat down at the end of the day. And your pops invited you into the circle, the grown man circle with him and his friends, and some of them had their boys with them, and we passed some beers around. You hung out and you had a beer with your pops and his boys. Sometimes your uncles would be in that circle too. You know what I'm saying? And y'all, it was a grown man circle. It was a man thing. It was a man thing. You had a beer, and y'all talked about some man stuff, and you learned. You learned from your father, his friends, his uncles. You know, it was a rite of passage. It was a camaraderie thing. You learned. It wasn't no, okay, let's pass drugs around and smoke and get high. Nah, wasn't nobody doing that. You know, like I said, depending on how old you was, you probably wouldn't get no beer. You had to be a certain age before they'll even take a chance to even give you some beer, because they had to realize they had to see if you could handle it first. They just didn't give it to you if you was really really young. But it was like a rite of passage thing. It was something that that you were growing up, you were becoming a man. You know, I thought it was great. I missed it, man. But I mean, I did it all the way up till my father passed away, and we kept doing it up until the time he passed away. Shit, man, I got to the point where I was drinking 3 or 4 goddamn beers in the thing. So by the time my father passed away, shit, I was at the point where I was drinking three. We had that little circle. Shit, I was about 3 beers in, 3, 4 beers in. At that, it became a normal thing for me then, man. It's just a rite of passage. We had those kind of things back then, man, to where your father let you know that you was becoming a man, or let you know that you've arrived and you're well equipped now to go forward. Your father gave you that nod. Okay, son, you ready to go out? I done taught you everything I know. Time for you to get out there. Okay, you got the tools you need. You know what to do. So your pops let you know that you was ready. to go out there in that world, man. And you went out there with confidence because you had all your father's teachings and you was ready to put them to work. Don't have that anymore, man. We don't have nobody teaching these boys. These boys are crazy. We don't have nothing going on no more like that, man. A lot of
No,
stuff we lost, man. A lot. It kind of really makes me angry, man. It's like some, some precious things was stolen from us that we're still we're trying so hard to get them back. You know, that closeness with your pops, that learning experience with your pops is extremely important, man. And you can see how important it is if you look at these boys now. Man, they fucked up, man. No guidance, no nothing, man. They fucked up.
yeah, and it's like it, and it's it's very hard for them and- to get it because they don't have a father. Sometimes they don't even have the grandfather. They don't have no uncle. It's just there's nobody around. The only ones around is just as messed up as probably themselves, or they have the same, or they're in competition with them, which is you know, I don't
I
know.
don't know. Bell Moore said it just depends. So, Bell, women, like, okay, let me ask you in the chat, would you be comfortable if your child's father gave your child weed? Would y'all be okay with that? I would say no. I wouldn't give my son on the weed, but I want to see what y'all say. Are y'all comfortable with that your child smoking weed? No, I wouldn't be comfortable with that. I don't mind a beer. Hell, I don't even mind a shot of whiskey. I mean, shoot, they used to give us a little shot of whiskey on New Year's. It was just a little tiny bit though, with no full glass, nothing like that. But when they brought the New Year's, my mother would give out some glasses, just put like a tiny little bit of champagne, and that's just about it. That's about as far as we went with that. But I don't know. I wouldn't do the weed thing. So what y'all think? Would y'all let your child smoke weed? See what they say in the chat. Because I'm not doing it. I'm not letting my child smoke no weed. I know it's natural. I know it's a plant. No, I get all that, but I'm not. I'm not convinced that that's something the kid need to be doing. I don't. I'm cool with what adults do. I'm not interested in what adults doing. But children, no, I'm not doing that. I mean, somebody came to me and say, "Well, I gave my 9-year-old son some beer." I mean, oh, okay, that's cool. But if you came to me and said you gave your 9-year-old son a blunt, oh, I'm gonna have a different reaction.
Shoot, I had a coworker. Um, she used to give her kids brandy. So,
Yeah,
so I'm
yeah, we had
I
that
was like,
before. Yeah,
I was she was like, yeah, I mean, and
yeah,
but she would
yeah.
let them get as drunk as they want, but and it turned out now all those kids can handle it. I I used to be real close to a son, and we was out of the club, and he came, and he was drunk out of his mind. But if you really talked to him, he seemed normal. but it took my friend to tell me, no, dude, he's drunk off his behind. That's why he done. I was like, yeah, because he's like, he ain't saying hi to me or nothing, but he seemed normal. He said, nah, because he's drunk off his mind. I'm like, then how the hell did he drive up here? He's like, he don't know. But it's just they have that tolerance for alcohol like that. But man, but yeah, as far as like the weed part, I, that I don't do drugs. I smell weed. Yeah, that ain't something I want to deal with ever in life. I have a, you know, I have a hatred of drugs. Period, because of the crack what it did to my family. So I have a hatred of all any drugs, anything that make you just high where you can't even control yourself. So I have a hatred of that, and I wouldn't give them, if I had kids, I wouldn't give them that. Just and but to each his own. I don't judge. I mean, but especially in 2021, man, you got to be, if you're going to do that, man, you got to be real careful because the stuff they be lacing this weed with now, man, it's terrible. Shoot.
Okay. Hey, everybody.
Is that you,
Can
Dane?
you? Yeah, that's me.
How you doing, Dane?
All right, all right. Driving. The kids are wearing me out. I'm gonna need the entire weekend to recover. Then I gotta do it again on
Oh, man.
Wednesday. Oh, but I can't say they don't want to help. They want to help. They want to help so badly. They driving me crazy with the help, and there's just not enough work for them to do. Cause, I keep making
Okay.
a mistake. I say, okay, who wants to help me with this? And
Okay,
and
can
then
y'all
they
hear me?
fight. Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, we can hear you, Max.
Okay, I just wanted to switch over to my phone. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Oh yeah, the
What happened?
Yeah, I think she got cut off. She was driving,
Mhm.
so but yeah, I don't. Like I was saying about I don't know, the weed thing. To each their own. But man, 2021, if you going, I wouldn't give it to no kids. But it's crazy like that, man. Especially with what they be lacing this stuff with now.
Yeah,
You don't
well,
know what
some
you get.
some. I think I seen Kay. Um, Kay said that I guess there's certain weed she would get her kid. I don't know, man. Yeah, I wouldn't do the weed thing. I understand the argument about it's a natural plant from the earth, but that don't mean you should be smoking it though. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that are natural, but it don't mean that we should be rolling them up and smoking. I wonder how did somebody figure that out anyway? How did you figure out that marijuana is something you should roll up and smoke? Who figured that out?
Well, I mean that came from the well, I've I've heard it come from Africa. I've heard it come from the native Indians. I you know how that go. It's like I don't
I'm
know who
just kind
came
of
up with it.
yeah, I'm just kind of curious as to who the hell figured out that I don't know.
A forest fire in the area where there was some growing wild.
Okay, I can buy that. Forest fire, motherfucker went over there and got high. Okay, figured out. Hey man,
Had
we can
some
smoke
kind of
this shit.
experience.
Hey,
Yeah.
we can smoke this shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Or it felt it was revealed to them, and they probably started using it in a religious ceremony or certain rituals.
Yeah, but how the fuck did they figure that out though? Like, I mean, that's not something I would just figure out. Like, hey man, let's go. These leaves look pretty good, man. Let's smoke them. Let's roll them up and light them up and inhale them and shit. Like, I mean, that's not something you're gonna. I don't know how that happens, man. Like you don't do that now. Think about that. You don't walk around here and do that now. You see green vegetation everywhere, right? But do it cross your mind that you should roll something up and smoke it? No, that never comes to my mind. So I don't know how this even happened. Like, how do you even think like that? The average person is not walking around thinking about smoking green vegetation, smoking shit that. I mean, who's doing that? Like I said, you don't do that now. There's plenty of things out here right now. You don't sit here and say, "Well, let me roll up these flowers and see what it's like to smoke them and shit." Hey, that green bush over there looks smokable. Let's roll it up. I mean, who's thinking like that?
Well, there's some white people thinking like that. These are the same ones that's trying to snort cinnamon as a challenge type thing.
Yeah,
So
white people are crazy. They do stupid shit. They
yeah,
drink fucking gasoline and I don't know what the fuck wrong with these motherfuckers, man.
me
Uh,
neither. I'm like, and
Bad motherfuckers smoking bath salts. And, I mean, my thing is, if you smoking bath salts, right? This is why I don't understand. All right, there's got to be something wrong already with the people smoking bath salts. They can't think about this. You can't be in your right state of mind smoking bath salts because if you've seen the results of other people smoking bath salts and how it drives them to the brink of madness where they're trying to bite somebody's face off, why would you smoke it? If I see you smoke something and then you turn around and wig out and try to bite somebody's face off, I'm not smoking that. So my thing is, it's already got to be something wrong with you for you to still go through with that after you done seen somebody wig out and try to bite somebody's face off to the point where they had to shoot this person to stop them from trying to eat somebody's face. That's going to register in my mind as a serious, serious problem. And that's going to deter me from smoking bath salts. I'm not doing it. I'm not biting nobody's face off. I'm not getting shot. I'm not doing it. So the people who still do it, even after they done seen these crazy results, there's got to be something wrong with them already. You
yeah,
can't tell me that you're a normal person and you done seen this take place and you still gonna smoke bath salts? Nah, it's got to be something already messed up with you. You got to be already screwed up in the mind for you to go through with something like that.
yeah. I mean, well, um, before the pandemic hit, we had a K2 problem real bad in Houston, and they did a news story. They had a bunch of people in one of our major parks. They all laid out because of the K2, and even in the prison, we have a bunch of inmates that they get high off their K2, and you would think those guys would see how these guys act. It looked like they having seizures. They look like they just going out of their mind. I mean, it's just insane, but they keep doing it. And I'm like,
You know,
it's tragic, but it goes back to you don't have nothing in life worth living for. Your life is just you feel that your life is just garbage, or you just need some type of excitement or something, because I don't know, you're bored. I don't know if you just that you feel that you just want to get away that badly. I
wow.
don't know. I just that's
I just something just came across the wire. Blogger kills New York police officer after ranting on Facebook, fuck the police. This is a black woman too.
What's up, family?
So she smoked a cop?
Wine, vodka, marijuana. That is what police say Jessica Boubet was drinking and smoking in the hours before she climbed into her Volkswagen and mowed down the 11 inch
That's
block
fair use.
highway and Cassius Sarkos. Back
Wow.
police say that Alex Sarkos was
So apparently she got drunk. It was on. Oh, okay. She was okay. What's coming across the wire is she was drunk on Facebook drinking and got in her Volkswagen and ran over a police officer and killed him.
they say that she kept going. Jessica said, hey, I hit somebody. They said, no, you don't. And family hit her with 13 charges. Her.
Well,
They don't try to get her. I mean, the way they talk about this guy,
they hit her with 13 charges.
that's why I just, let me see. When you get sick,
wait a minute. They said she was smoking. I mean, she was drinking. I thought
Yeah.
they said she was smoking something.
So she was. Hmm.
just party, but she was
I'm gonna have to do a story on this one later on. I'm gonna have to get some more information because apparently, from what I'm seeing right now, she was on Facebook drinking, talking about fuck the police, and got into her car drunk and killed a state police officer. And they hit her with 13 charges. All right, they're gonna try to hang her high. Now here's the issue: what are black people gonna do? Are black people going to do with her that these white people do? Are they going to do a GoFundMe and pay for her lawyers? And what are black people going to do? Now, here's a black woman that got drunk and killed a police officer. Are we going to stand behind her? Or are we going to leave her out there to hang out there to dry? I say we stand behind her because with all of these cops killing black people, we can say she wasn't in her right state of mind. We can say that she was suffering. I mean, don't white people always say that they're suffering from a mental illness every time they kill somebody black?
Yeah.
And then she was drunk, right? So let's say, okay, so I say black people need to get behind her and say that she was mentally ill. White people do it all the time.
Mm-hmm. Especially with those mass shootings. That's what they say.
Yeah,
Oh, he had mental issues.
yeah, and all these cops killing people. He got
Hmm.
mental. Well, she got mental issues. She needs to go to a hospital. Not, I think she should go to a hospital, not jail. White people do it all the time.
Yep. But you know what's gonna happen, man. So,
Yeah,
we know how that go. they're
Yeah,
gonna
but I
disown
think
her.
right, but I think black people should put up a fight, put up a GoFundMe, just like these racist cops, these white people behind these racist cops. With these GoFundMe's, I think black people need to get behind her and say, "Hey, she was suffering from a mental illness." Does that sound familiar? Mental illness. And I think she's got a good case for mental illness because you got to be crazy to get on Facebook drinking and shit, talking about fuck the police and go out and kill one. Yeah, you got to be out of your damn mind. So I think she's got a strong case for mental illness here.
In this country, you gotta
Yep.
watch this. If you're going to
Are they going?
Hmm.
And the thing is, they should be demanding. Hey, let's look at her history and see what was going on, because she might have a good reason why she wanted.
Like I said, with all of these cops, I mean, a lawyer could turn this into a mental illness case. I don't see why not. I don't see why we can't have a mental illness defense. I don't see a problem with it. White people do it all the time. Claim mental illness. She was crazy. She wasn't in her right state of mind. She was drunk, didn't know what she was saying. I don't care about no Facebook posts. That tells you right there that she done lost her damn mind. No. I think black people should get behind them, fight this, and say she was mentally ill. And I'm gonna go on the book and say she probably saved somebody's life.
there's drunk drivers that are on the street right now who have been hot 4, 5, 6, 7.
And then this is a case of drunk driving too.
This is like right now. We care about
This is a case of drunk driving. So that has to go into account. And then another thing too, we got to make sure that we get a lawyer that knows how to work that jury of the peers rule. You got to get as many black people on there as possible. I'm not talking about these homos. See, here's another thing we got to be careful of. You can't get LGBT people on the damn jury. They are with white supremacy. You need straight black people, heterosexual black people. Don't get any gays on the jury because they're going to side with white supremacy. They're going to get on there talking crazy, talking about, well, we looked at all the evidence and the law says, and they're going to side with white supremacy. We need real black people, straight black people on the jury.
Yeah, good. Yeah, because that's what the that's what the white people do.
Exactly.
And they'd be like, oh, wait, let's hold up and wait till all the evidence come in.
Right. It's where all of the evidence come in.
We should be saying the same thing. Well, before we judge
Yeah,
them, let's find out
that's right.
all the evidence.
Black people need to give them a taste of their own medicine. They do this all the time. Wait till all the evidence get in first. Let's not rush to judgment. Let's look at all the evidence. What happened? Let's go back in her childhood. Was she deprived as a little girl? This is what they do. They go all the way back to the childhood. Let's look in her past and see if something happened to her 40 years ago that made her feel this way. We need to, no, we need to get all the evidence out. Let's not rush to judgment here. We sure she didn't mean to kill that officer. I'm going back and say she probably saved somebody's life, but that's just me. With all these killer cops running around here, she probably saved somebody's life. I mean, when you got the cops flat out murdering people now, and you ain't even got to do it. I mean, they just showing up blasting people. They're not even talking no more. They're just showing up blasting people. You don't even know if you're going to survive a regular traffic stop.
Yep. They already got the gun ready.
Yeah. This is why I tell my wife, be very, very careful. Don't be out here driving reckless. Don't give them no excuse to pull you over. And if they do, comply.
Hmm.
Don't catch no attitude. Don't get hostile. Don't try to win your case on the street.
Right. Just
Okay? Comply, give them what they want, and we'll live and fight another day. Do
yeah.
not give them any reason to take your life. Survive the encounter, and we'll deal with it afterwards. Don't give them
Absolutely.
any back talk. Just yes, sir, no, sir, officer, yes, ma'am, officer, yes, no. Give them complete control. Let them get their rocks off. Survive the encounter, and we'll deal with it afterwards. But please survive the encounter. If they want to take you to jail, let them take you to jail. We'll get you out.
Hmm.
Don't try to fight these people on the street. They will kill you. Don't resist no arrest. Follow orders. They want to put you in handcuffs. Let them put you in handcuffs. You be relaxed. If they're violating your rights, it'll come out in court. But you have to survive first. Okay? Like I said, don't be afraid to go to jail. We'll get you out. You know, I tell my wife all the time, don't get cute. Don't be arguing with these people. Don't be driving reckless. Don't be out here speeding. Don't do none of that. Don't give them any reason. And now I'm gonna tell y'all, man, now it's a good time to do what we call in trucking a pre-trip inspection. Before you get in your car, give your car a walk around. Walk around your car and look at your car. Make sure all your lights are working. Turn your lights on, your flashes on. Make sure you ain't got no busted taillight. We call it a pre-trip inspection. Go to your car and walk around your car and look at it to make sure all your lights are working. Make sure you ain't got no busted tail lights. Make sure your tags are right. Make sure your license plates are on. Do this before you get in your car and go somewhere. So they don't have no reason to pull you over. Start performing pre-trip inspections on your car. Give your car a walk around. Put your blinkers on, your hazardous on. Get out and look to make sure they're working. Make sure all your lights are working, your tags are right. Make sure your paperwork is right before you leave. Make sure you have insurance. Make sure you have everything straight before you go somewhere in your car. So they don't have no way to pull you over, and don't go out there driving stupid and reckless.
Yeah. It's make it hard for them. Make it hard. Just don't make it easy. Make it as hard as possible. So and I think somebody said, well, they'll still kill you if you comply. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's
No,
possible.
not necessarily. I mean, if
But
you're compliant and they got body cam, and you're compliant, I mean that's just flat out murder right there.
right,
But
it's
but I
making
tell
you
you one,
less
if
likely
you
to do it, though. That's
right, but
that's
I
the
tell
thing.
you if you resist, you
Oh,
most
yeah.
certainly gonna die.
Right. That's green light. Green
Yeah,
light. I mean, and
yeah, you're most certainly gonna die. So you're better off trying your best to comply because you have a higher percentage of surviving. And then you know what people got to start doing? You got to start protesting about these cops and start getting it known out there that people are afraid for their life when they get pulled over by the cops, and you make it a real thing. So if situations happen and a cop pull up on you and you feel threatened and you protect yourself and you take care of that cop, you got a real case in court.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm telling you, it's real now with the way these cops are doing things. They're killing people. It's very real that people are afraid for their lives when they get pulled over by the police officers.
And the thing is, not even protesting just when these cops are just straight out killing people. We don't really talk about the harassment that they do as well. You know, just pulling you over for just even for something minor, they want to take it up a level just because they having a bad day or they don't like your car or something like that. You know, we're only complaining when someone dies, but we're not complaining. Well, I wouldn't say complaining, protesting when you getting mis bad mis when you're getting mistreated and that you know that they're doing things extra just because. So and I think if we really put that message out there, you know, it's just focusing on when they shoot someone and kill somebody, which is, I'm not saying it's not important, but we got to look at all aspects of the mistreatment that the cops are doing to black people. Yeah.
And my thing is too, it's like George Floyd was unfortunately anti. George Floyd was doomed from the time the cops got there. They already had it made up in their mind that they were going to escalate that situation. Derek Chauvin already had his mind made up that he was going to do something to this man. And that's unfortunate. You know, Derek Chauvin is a murderer, and he set out to kill that man. You know, there was no call for what he did to that man. There was no call for all that escalation. That man wasn't resisting arrest. That was just a killer cop in action.
Mm-hmm.
He intended to kill that man. That's why I don't understand why he didn't get charged with first degree murder. I'm still having a hard time with that because if you're sitting on someone's neck for 9 minutes, you intend to kill them. You are depriving them of oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
You intend to kill them. No one is going to survive their oxygen being deprived for 9 minutes. They're not going. You're going to die of asphyxiation. There's no if ands buts about it. There's no way around that. So if you on somebody's neck and depriving them of oxygen for 9 minutes, you intend to kill them. That's not an accident. So I don't understand how he got charged. Well, I'm like, where's the first degree murder at? He intended to kill this man. He deprived this man of oxygen for 9 minutes. No one is surviving that. I don't care what shape you in. I don't know. I don't know anybody that can hold their breath for 9 minutes. So he intended to kill this man. But like I said, I was shocked that there was no first degree murder charges.
Yeah, that's why, when people were celebrating that that guy got convicted, I said, "Hold." I'm like, "What? Why are we celebrating?" Yeah, he got
Yeah,
convicted, but you don't even know where he's gonna get sentenced. He can get the minimum if, like you said, he was charged with just murder. What is it, second degree murder? What was he
yeah.
charged with? Because
It
I couldn't
was.
remember.
Check this out: second degree unintentional murder.
Oh,
I never even heard of that.
They might as well just charge them with involuntary manslaughter. They were gonna do
Yeah.
stuff like that. I don't even.
And
Yeah,
what is it? What is intentional to the second degree? Like he really, really didn't mean it. I don't.
I don't.
What the fuck is that? What is second degree unintentional murder?
That's that's a play on words. Trying to say that this dude didn't really try to kill this guy. I'm like, come on, man.
Fuck that.
I'm like, come on. Let's not play games. If you going they even teach us at the prison we can't put our knee in someone's neck. We can't even lay them on their stomach because they can get deprived of air. It's just like that. Yeah, it's just like that's a play of words, and I'm telling. I would not be surprised if he don't get a lot of time. If I wouldn't even be surprised he
Well,
get probation. I would not be surprised.
well, apparently they want all hell to break loose. Apparently they want this country to be plunged into martial law so they can take all of your belongings because Barack Obama si- signed all those bills that will allow them to take everything from you and redistribute everything under state of martial law. So apparently that's where they're heading to try to reestablish power in this country. That's probably why they're doing this. They want us to freak out so they can declare martial law, which I think is not going to work the way they want it to work. I think it's going to be real bad if they try to go down that road.
Yeah, you just saw how they went after the Capitol because they thought that they had screwed Donald Trump.
Hmm.
I mean, and they try to do that. They try to do that. Oh, it's going to get worse.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, if they go that route, I don't think that's a smart route to go. I think if they do that, it's going to be bad in this country, man. This country is, I don't know what to say anymore about what's going on in this country, man. I really don't know. We keep saying that it's the best country to be in. I'm not sure. Not anymore. Because it seems like, you know, they want all this power. You got people in this country that want to control the lives of other people. You know, they don't
Yeah,
want people to live and prosper and enjoy life. They just want to control people's lives. You know, it's going to be a lot of bloodshed if this man gets off. It's not over with yet, not by a long shot.
no.
And that's what I'm afraid of because if he gets a slap on the wrist or something like that, man, it's going to be bad.
hmm That's that's what I'm saying. That's why I put out there. I said I don't care about the conviction. What he's going to get sentenced
Yeah.
because, like you said, if he get a little bit of time, you know what's going to happen. And
Yeah, it's going to be
I,
bad.
yeah. So I just
It's
you
going to be
know
bad.
yeah. And like you said, they try that martial law. You always saw with the pandemic, a lot of their counterparts was trying to do. I mean, they tried to take over a state capital. They tried to take over the actual capital. I mean, so yeah, you might think, yeah, you might control them black folks, okay, but you're not taking in considering the your counterparts. And they were flipping out because how everything was shut down due to the COVID.
Hmm.
Try to think about it. If they think they're gonna do martial law, they got another thing coming. So
Yes. Yeah. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get off of here. Been on here for 5 hours. Got some stuff to do. I might be back later on tonight to do a story of this woman here. I'm going to look
Yeah, I
into
gotta.
that. So
Yeah, I gotta hear more about this one because
yeah, I'm gonna check all
yeah,
that out.
it's and yeah, and that's the big question. What black people gonna do at this point? Are
Uh
we
huh.
going if anything? Are we gonna stay silent? Are we gonna do the GoFundMe, or are we just gonna leave out to dry? And I mean, it's just what we're gonna do. But
Yeah.
anyway, Max, great talking to you.
Always, bro. Appreciate it.
All right, peace, power,
All right.
unity, everybody.
Peace, power, you. All right, everybody. I'm gonna holler at y'all. I might do something later tonight. I might come back for a little while, talk about this situation with this black woman. Gonna do some research about it. But in the meantime, peace, power, and unity. Thanks for the support. Appreciate it. Like, subscribe, and share so we can get our numbers up. They're trying to shadow ban us. So, that means that we got something important to say because they're trying to stop us from saying it. So we got to fight against that. Like, subscribe, and share. And well, I'll probably holler at you guys later. Peace, power, unity.